I don't agree with you. On 10 June, I express appreciation. At 2004, at 2015, she responds with a winking emoji. We've got an idea of what it may mean. I understood it to be flirtatious, nevertheless. Then next to that, there's a laughing one with tongue out. I reciprocated at 21:25. So the conversation was started by me. There is nothing of moment. So she could resuscitate. I could resuscitate. I'm the initiator. As you say, 15 days down the line, I initiated a conversation.
I did not say 15 days. I said for 5 days, there were no conversation between the two of you.
Sorry, from 10 to the 15th of June, yes, there were none.
Did that not show you that she did not want to engage in conversation with you?
No.
All right, then let's turn to the 15th of June.
Yes.
Once again, it's you initiating the conversation at 2 minutes past 8 that
Correct.
evening.
Correct.
Would you agree that this is an inappropriate time to send messages?
I disagree. I've previously said it's a matter of convenience, and you've got to check with the other person whether it's convenient with them as well, regardless of time, as long as it does not impede on work.
And this reply of yours can be seen as light-hearted.
Which one?
That emoji of yours.
That emoji.
That laughing emoji. It's light-hearted.
The one at 2002?
Yes.
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 But I did explain it at some point. At a social level, perhaps let's read it. Ndisemhle ekujikeni kwelanga. This is the complainant status message.
The direct translation of that, Chair, would be, I am still beautiful in the afternoon hours.
That is a message referred to everybody, including me, because I am not barred from viewing her status pictures. And the answer, well, the response, it was more a light-hearted chat, as you say, but more pertinently, I found it a bit immodest for one to talk about themselves. But as you say, I agree with you. It's a light one.
And in reply to your light-hearted message, the complainant then responded by attempting to redirect the conversation towards a professional topic. She made the exchange work-related.
Let's read it. Motion court was getting on my nerves. And then there's this emoji. It may mean a number of things depending on context, yes. Knocked off not so long ago. So, that's a response within seconds, because there's 2002 within seconds, there's 2002. I don't agree that she was avoiding being engaged in a flirtatious chat, if I understood the question correctly.
Well,
by saying that, I don't understand her to be saying, let's not talk about something else. I want us to talk about this one.
She said that she wanted to keep it professional. It's work-related. So we have to read into it according to her that she wanted to maintain a professional boundary between the two of you.
I did not understand it that way.
Now, taking into account her previous non-responsiveness, she's not really replying to your messages for 5 days. There were no messages. And in fact, and the fact that she did not respond, it was strictly, and when she responded, it was strictly within work context. Would you not agree that she was consistently trying to avoid personal or informal interaction?
I disagree.
During this conversation, you made a remark about her work ethics, which you testified made her feel seen and acknowledged. So you wanted her to feel nice about herself.
Let's go to the relevant portion. Not that I'm saying there's nothing like that, because we need to know the page and the time.
That would be on 1180,
Yes.
where at 10 minutes past 8.
Where I say niyasebenza ke nina ndiyanazi,
Yes. And the translation that we got is, I know you, you work.
plural, ndiyanazi.
Can I give the direct translation?
Yes.
Advocate? The direct translation of niyasebenza ke nina ndiyanazi, you in plural form, or we might as well put it this way. I know you guys, you work hard.
Yes, that's a translation that you got. So you were commenting on her, not only her, but her and her judges' work ethics, the way that they are working. They work
Absolutely,
hard.
yes.
So she
Yes.
felt appreciated and seen.
Yeah. And the judge too, I must confess, she was one of the judges who delivered in my division, especially during COVID.
That's what the complainant also testified, that during COVID they were a team that worked very hard.
Indeed, so when most people were fearful of getting anywhere near the courtroom, she was valiantly availing herself and going to court. So it's plural. I acknowledged both the judge and her.
Would you agree that while appearing complementary, this can be seen as a strategic way to break down professional boundaries and create familiarity, as Lisa Witten has testified?
I disagree.
The complainant further testified that even though your message referred to her work, it felt inappropriate given the circumstances. Specifically, that you had your own secretary and that any official communication regarding her performance could and should have been conveyed through the appropriate channels, and that was, she indicated that that should be through her judge.
I disagree with the proposition insofar as it seeks to set out a particular protocol in relation to how people should converse with who and how and when. It's a lengthy question loaded with a number of things, but I have elected to say I disagree.
The complainant felt that you needed to convey work-related messages through her judge, and do you accept that your decision to communicate with her directly, work-related, late at night, and in a personal manner bypass these professional norms?
I disagree. Nothing prevented me from talking about anything with the complainant, including work-related things. I did not need the permission of somebody else, even to appreciate her work ethic.
If we go to 16 June, that is on 1182. You agree with me, 16 June is a public holiday and there's no work-related reason for communication on that day?
Correct. There's no, I agree only that 16 June is a public holiday. I'm not sure about the second half of the question. What is it?
That there's no reason, work-related reason for communication on that day?
There's no work-related reason.
Yes.
I disagree.
We don't see any work-related conversations on this day.
No, what I'm saying is I disagree. I agree that it was a public holiday, but I disagree that because it was a public holiday, then I had to be measured in how I communicate with whosoever, including the complainant. I could communicate about anything. Then whoever then I'm communicating with, it was available to them to say, I don't want to talk to you. Then I would understand.
All right, but if we look at these messages on the 16th of June, there was no work-related issues to be discussed on that day. Do you agree with me?
There was no work-related issues as a matter of what? As a matter of tradition or as a matter of etiquette? I don't understand the question.
There was no conversations, work-related conversations.
Oh, so on 16 June, there were no work-related conversations. Let me look at it. because I need to read
When
it.
you started the conversation, there was nothing that you needed to discuss with her work-related.
Why not? I disagree, ma'am.
Show us where you needed to discuss
No,
work-related.
no, I'm just
issues.
saying on 16 June, I see her status and I comment thereon. I don't see anything wrong with that. It's a social issue. And there I express appreciation for what I was seeing. If I remember well, it was a zip line or some zip line. And then she says it is a stress reliever. And then I say uneasy because I've got phobia when it comes to heights. She laughs at that. And then she stress Sandoni, what is this stress about? And then a work-related topic is introduced by her.
By her,
Yes.
yes.
A work-related issue which has got context. True,
Now-
I act strong but am in shreds, in all honesty, after Ndithukwe court manager.
After she told you about the fact that this is a stress reliever and she had stress about this interaction with the court manager, she testified that she was seeing a psychologist as a result of her interaction with the court manager. She took this opportunity to tell you that she has stress. That's correct. She is telling you that she has stress.
Yes,
She testified that the reason she wanted to inform you that she has stress is because she told you about this incident between herself and the court manager, and she did not receive any feedback on that issue.
I took measures to try some form of reconciliation. There's evidence not only in my affidavit, but oral evidence through my secretary, at least for now, that I did take some steps to try and have persons that we share space with reconcile with one another. I could have done that even if I had been a watchman, if I caught wind of it.
A what?
Even if I had been a watchman in that building and I catch wind of the fact that there are two people who are not seeing eye to eye.
The conversation on that day went quite far about her emotional well-being and the trauma related to this workplace incident. There's a few
Yes.
pages dealing with that.
Yes.
Now, in this context, seeing what she said here, do you accept that she was emotionally vulnerable at this stage because she told you that she is stressed out?
Yeah. She says, and could we please have an interpretation? At 1701 at page 1182. True, I act strong but am in shreds because I ask, what is this stress about? In all honesty, after Ndithukwe court manager, I'm literally pushing myself otherwise and in him. So she says, after I had been insulted by the court manager, I find myself in this situation. So here I am being engaged in this, and as you say, it points to her being in shreds, or
Vulnerable.
she says, I don't feel being myself. Then I respond and say, because I can't now apportion time, whether it was before or after the office interaction. But it was my attempt at demonstrating that as JP, I don't want to be drawn into this dispute, basically. So in terms of my power being invoked, I was exiting and saying, please. But at the same time, I thought it wise to give some few words of advice.
And the reason why you gave her advice is because you could see that she is emotionally vulnerable because of that situation at this stage.
I could not see her, I did not see her, but from the conversation, purely from the conversation's perspective.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Despite this, knowing that she's emotionally vulnerable, you
Advocate Skippers, where do you, we see stress.
Yes.
Where do you get vulnerability?
At one
Is
one,
that your own interpretation of being stressed?
she says, I'm literally pushing myself. Otherwise, I'm not my normal self. That's what she says.
She's not saying she's vulnerable. Where do you get vulnerability?
I will put it to you that she says she's stressed and she's not a normal self.
Yes, the conversation establishes that, but let's pause a bit. Sorry to have to do this. My own assessment of the situation was that insofar as it had been indicated that the court manager had insulted her, I did not want to downplay that, but at the same time, I did not want to upplay that. And I did not want to be involved as a JP in any event. So I can't take it beyond that.
And as a person that wanted a personal relationship with her,
What
didn't
of
you
it?
want to get involved there to try and assist her?
No,
Because
but
you
then,
wanted to pursue a relationship with her.
but then that's exactly my point. Insofar as I am dragged into a dispute, we just have an idea of this dispute because there's this so-called initial complaint. Insofar as I was being drawn into that as JP, I exited.
Thank you. Then, after you've spoken about this dispute and how she should react to that, giving her advice, at 1715, at 1188, 1715, when the complainant said to you that she will try and get better, you
1180?
say again?
1180 what?
88.
Oh, there's quite a jump, but it's fine.
Do you want us to go through all the messages?
That is not what I'm suggesting, but I'm saying I will go to 1188, but if need be, please be tolerant with me because I may have to move back a bit for context's sake.
Thank you. When the complainant said she would try to feel better, I'll get better, you replied by saying you would be happy and give her a hug.
Yes.
Was this
Well, I said I'll be happy, and then I sent that emoji that I believe expresses happiness and give you a hug.
with a hug emoji?
Yes, that is correct.
So was this an offer of physical comfort?
Was it an offer of physical comfort? Yes.
Yes. The complainant testified that at that point she momentarily melted because she felt understood and comforted, and she recognized that she needed a hug for emotional support. That's what she testified.
I'm listening. What is the question?
Now, seeing that she already told you that she is stressed and she's not herself, do you not see that this is inappropriate to invite or to make suggestive or flirtatious comments?
A hug is a hug. What it generates between a man and a woman is a matter of logic and biology. So a hug can serve as a stress reliever, but that is what she invited me to do.
Why do you say she invited
She
you to
says,
do that?
she says, and she, if you look at 1188, after 1715, the latter is exciting, mhlambe kungangcono.
Sorry, say again, where are you?
Page 1188.
Yeah. At 17?
1715.
Yeah.
Let's start here. She says, at first, at 1715, you are disciplined. Once you have a principle, you'll be like an eagle. And then thereafter, dealing with my earlier statement, I'll be happy, and I show something about happiness and give you a hug. Her response at the bottom of 1188, maybe let's go for 1189 at 1716, with a dancing emoji, also with a hug, that's reciprocation. The latter is exciting. Mhlambi kungangcono. Maybe it would be better if I get a hug.
Maybe it would be better, yes, that's the direct translation.
Yes, and she explained while she testified that at that moment she realized that she needed a hug because of her emotional state.
I hear your statement in relation to how he testified.
And after that, you took it further. You made it more suggestive.
Yes,
Because then you said, as long as it won't generate warmth.
yes. But then we must remember this was a telephone chat, a cellular phone chat. I don't even know where she was. She might have been in Makanda. I may have been in Umtata or Gqeberha for that matter. So that is now what flirtation and chats are about. When people talk, yet they are 200 kilometers apart, it is not that at that very moment, then I was there, but I understand what you are saying, or I hear what you are saying.
She replied, when you said that as long as it won't generate warmth, she replied to say, how is that possible? Because she testified that a hug is warm. So she was making it not, she was taking it away from flirtatious conversation according to her evidence. Because a hug is warm, because it's two people hugging each other.
Yes, of the opposite sex, at least to begin with. Then she says, how is that possible? She says that laughingly. There are two laughing emojis there.
Yes, she said, it is a laughing matter because if you hug someone, there is warmth involved.
True. We are on par.
And she said that it's not sexual warmth, it's warmth because two people hugging each other. That's what she testified.
Yes, I'm just saying that is possible depending on how the hug is meted out, but basically a hug can lead to a number of things. That's why I say as long as it won't generate warmth. But still, I concede in a flirtatious context.
From your side, yes.
True.
She testified that she was not flirtatious, and then you continued to say it could, meaning it could generate warmth.
And then later on I say, please come up front. I would like you to express yourself freely in relation to that. Then,
Meaning that she did not come up front because she did not want to give you an answer.
no, I did not understand it that way. Certainly not if regard is had to the conversation as embodied here. Because also she says, we'll see. We'll see means sawubona. In other words, we will test it when it eventually happens.
That reply of hers, we'll see with the laughing faces and the see no evil monkeys, was described during evidence here before the tribunal as an attempt to deflect discomfort without directly confronting you, because she did not know how to confront you, according to her evidence.
Yes, that was testified to by an expert. I'm not going to comment on the quality of her evidence and everything else. I restrain myself from doing that. But the reason why I'm raising it is, yes, somebody would like to read something after the fact. The very same person that you're talking about never consulted me when, as a matter of law, he was supposed to do that.
We have two versions on that, the complainant's version as well, and the expert.
I was not addressing necessarily that. What I'm saying is, you are correct, there is an expert who testified, but then I'm also saying she testified, she never consulted with me. As a matter of law, she should have done that, and that would have given weight to what she was saying.
Do you understand that emojis and vague responses are not an indication of consent or reciprocation, but possibly a coping mechanism in an uncomfortable situation like the complainant testified? She was trying to cope.
Cope with what?
The messages.
How so? I don't understand
She
what
did
you're
not
saying.
know how to respond to you and you kept on messaging her.
No, but from what I'm seeing here, it is a far cry from the proposition that you are making, at least where I'm seated. And as I peruse things, as I peruse these pages and seeing what was happening at that moment.
The complainant testified that your original comment about giving the hug was acceptable, but your subsequent remarks made the interaction, according to her, inappropriate.
I disagree.
Why did you not stop after you offered her support with regards to the interaction with the court manager? Why did you continue with this conversation?
Why did I stop doing what?
Messaging the complainant.
Because I never gleaned from the interaction that she was unhappy or that the conversations were unwelcome. And indeed, from a reading of what was happening, for instance, at 1190, sometimes some things are better when not said, sawubona, and so on and so forth.
Meaning she did not want to talk.
No,
she
that's
did not
not-
want to say things.
No, that's not what it means.
It can mean that. It can mean that some things are better not said because she knew that she had to respect you.
I disagree. I disagree with the interpretation that you are giving. From the perspective that I am saying, insofar as whether these chats were welcome or unwelcome, I have not come across anything conveyed to me that should make me believe that it is unwelcome. Even at the point where we are at 1190. I don't regard what she was saying there as a rebuff. On the contrary, I believed that I was being led on. That is me. That is how I saw it.
She further testified that she felt that you were using these suggestive remarks to gain her attention in a way that made her uncomfortable. That's what she testified.
I hear you say she did. Yes, noted. In other words, I'm saying I note what you are saying as to what she was saying. Of course, you've not put any question to me.
Do you agree with that or not?
No, I don't agree with the statement. That's why I'm engaging you, just to be sure where we are, because I don't want to be misquoted.
Then the conversation became more sexual. When
Correct.
you asked at 1724, are you quick to mouth?
Correct?
What exactly did you mean by that question?
A hug generates warmth that may result in a sensual type of interaction at that particular point in time.
Sensual or sexual?
I just say sensual to begin with.
But it could also lead to sexual, according to what you wanted.
Come again?
What you wanted. That is what you were interested in her, and you wanted a sexual relationship out of this.
I was flirting with her. I was exploring the possibility of a romantic relationship. I thought I said that.
Then she did not respond to you immediately because we can see that you then asked her, talk to me. You were prompting her to give a response to what you just asked her.
Yes, indeed, because I wanted to be sure that we are together. Or we were together.
You wanted to pressure her to give you an answer. That's what she testified.
No, I was not pressurizing her into giving an answer.
Can I finish my question?
Sorry?
She testified that on numerous occasions when she kept quiet, you would keep on asking her the same question, and that is why she responded the way she responded, because she knew that you wanted a certain answer. Otherwise, you would not stop. And we can see that in the history of the messages.
What is the question then, ma'am?
The complainant did not respond immediately. Her silence should have indicated that she did not want to answer, but you kept on pressurizing her for an answer. Talk to me.
What is the question?
Why did you keep on pressuring her?
I was not pressurizing her.
You were.
I disagree.
The complainant testified that when someone keeps pressing her for an answer, it becomes annoying to her. She felt compelled to respond the way she thought you wanted her to respond. That is why she said depends.
I disagree. I actually engaged her pertinently and I said, please open up. Let's talk about it. Are you quick to melt? Talk to me about it. Then she says it depends. So it's sensual in that context.
From your side, but not from her. She knew, according to what she testified, that you would not be satisfied with another answer. That is why she answered the way she answered.
That is what she's saying. My view is it is not borne out by these conversations immediately before, during, and immediately thereafter. Because there's temperature, there is things like marinade work before the heat on the same night.
She further testified that she realized that this conversation is now heading into, and this is her words during testimony, disgusting direction. Yet you persisted. And when she didn't respond in depth because she said, depends, then you asked her at the stage, are you still thinking?
I will answer this question the same way I did, and I'm saying you better read the entire conversation. It is during the same night that she said it would mean the marinade worked before the heat. It is the same night where she said, stop wriggles. She was saying to me, please be explicit. She was saying to me that is not disputed, and many other things that I don't want to necessarily deal with. But I'm trying to say, within the context of that discussion, she did not convey to me the understanding that you are postulating and proposing to me. That's why I disagree with what you are saying.
She testified that she tried to steer the conversation away from the line of questioning by saying that she was cooking, indicating that she was distracted and not interested in engaging in your suggestive questions. And she was questioned at length by the chair to ask, did you mean oven temperature, did you mean it the literal way or the figuratively? And she said, literally, the marinade means marinade, because she wanted to steer it away from the way you wanted the conversation.
That is a riddle in this context. I did not understand it that way. I didn't understand it that way, especially if you continue and read what was being discussed. It is at that very same night where she said, I'll go with whichever, but there's a word surprise.
After all these messages that happened between the two of you, she testified that the nature of your messages made her feel like she was already undressed.
I disagree. I disagree with the notion that she felt undressed, because there's nothing that I said, the effect of which would be to cause her to feel undressed. We were just engaged in a flirtatious discussion. And from that discussion, and based on what I am seeing here, I disagree that those chats were unwanted.
Then you continue in all your conversations, you continue to re-ask questions by replying on your own questions. If we go to 1192, you replied with a hearing aid on your question if you happen to have melted step 1.
Yes.
You wanted to take her back to that conversation when she wanted to steer it away.
Correct. Yes.
Meaning you demanded an answer.
I was not demanding an answer. I was engaging her in a flirtatious discussion, and she ended up being engaged therein, and she never gave me to understand that she did not want the chats in the manner in which they unfolded. And I'm saying that in the context of what was discussed prior to where you are pointing to, during, and thereafter.
The complainant replied to that hearing aid with the laughing emojis, and that was just, she just said, she testified that that was just emojis that she used, just to give an answer. You still were not satisfied with her answer because you said again, at 17:34, she replied to your message, Dimamele, and the translation we got that time was, I'm listening. Is that correct, Ms. Interpreter?
Yes, that's correct. Correct.
Again, you are still prompting her for an answer because you're not satisfied the way she's answering you.
You can call it prompting, but at the same time, for you to look at it and conclude that it is prompting in the sense that it is unwanted, it does not find support from the very thing that you are pointing to at 17:33, because she laughs. And I don't regard that as a rebuff. And I addressed myself in relation to that. Even before we had experts, I poured my heart out on these subjects.
On that question that you posed again, I'm listening, she posted 3 zipped lips emojis, clearly indicating, according to her, that she did not want to engage in conversation with you. She's not saying anything.
No, the context is immediately thereafter. I'm saying when she sends those 3 emojis zipping their mouths, I then say, Teta way to talk to me, and then she sends something laughing. Then thereafter she says, Qala undiqelele ukuba lo step 1 that you are talking about.
First, tell me about the step 1 that you are talking about.
That was
That's the
flirtatious.
translation.
You are jumping over what I'm asking you. You are prompting her to reply to you. In fact, there's 3 messages of you that were deleted.
Where am I?
Again, please speak on 1192.
Sorry, ma'am.
1734, 1735, and 1739. 3 messages of yours have been deleted. So you were continuing messaging her, trying to elicit an answer from her.
Yes.
Now, don't you see that as pressurizing her to answer?
No, not at all.
That is
No.
not flirtatious because it's not coming from her.
I don't see it the way you do.
In the beginning, I put your own words to you where you said that you can read the room when someone does not answer. You can see that they don't want that. This is clearly an indication that you did not read the room here.
I disagree with you. I didn't see it the way you do. These discussions has got its ebbs and flows from both parties at relevant twists and turns, and it must be considered in its entirety. So it is from that perspective that I disagree with you, Counsel.
When she testified, she said those messages, because I asked her if she could recall what messages were deleted there.
Yes.
She testified that she cannot recall, according to her testimony, some of the messages you deleted included pictures of a sexual nature from which she was expected to pick. This made her feel deeply uncomfortable. That is why she did not reply to you.
Could we please deal with 1192 in the context of what you are saying? What date was this, by the way?
16 June.
Yes, 16 June. So she testified in relation to what happened on 16 June. We will need to look at her complaint in relation to what she says happened on the 16th of June. We should consider that together with what she said here.
That is correct.
Yes.
But you know, as a judicial officer, that evidence under oath is tested under cross-examination. She indicated that she did not have assistance drafting her statement, her initial complaint.
I don't believe that what you are saying is correct. She got all the assistance one could have gotten under the sun. Here is why I say that. She was at the office of the OC, at the office of the Chief Justice. I'm not talking about the Chief Justice himself necessarily, I'm talking about the institution. She interacted with a legally qualified person. We weren't told as to how she was assisted. We know now in formulating the so-called initial complaint. We also have a clue that the CJ is said to have expressed himself in relation to that, saying, this is not very clear, I'm not happy, or I'm dissatisfied. We know all those things. Now, that background is assistance. Now, sorry, ma'am. Furthermore, we now know, as we sit here, that any person would have been confused as to what was being spoken of, as I was when I was trying to respond to the initial complaint. We know that when eventually the complaint, which is serving before us here, was lodged, we now know that background, that assistance that was rendered, even attempts to steer her in a particular direction. Please, you see, your annexures don't tie in well with what you are saying and so on and so forth. If that is not assistance, then I don't know what assistance is.
Kutlwano testified that she only typed what the complainant narrated. So that is not assistance in assisting her on what to put in the complaint. That is what I'm referring to. She's the only one that is gave the information that is on that statement.
No, ma'am. Kutlwana testified in relation to her role.
Yes.
My understanding of her role was rendering assistance one way or the other. She even, as far as we know now, transmitted to her something like a format. When we eventually lodge this complaint, because the so-called initial one does not seem to have been, to have reached any point where there was pertinent decision, at least speaking from where I am now. So we can't say there was no assistance. It is at that level that I'm saying assistance was rendered. And I don't query that assistance by a legally qualified Ms. Kutlwano Moretle. That is assistance. The fact that upon being told, you see, these annexures don't tie in well with some of your allegations, then eventually she comes with this complaint, which is now serving before us. There are certain paragraphs that are elicited, that are withdrawn or retracted, one of which is about the court manager. Then there's a perspective. This is what happened on 14. A day later, this is what happened on 15.
JP,
but what I'm saying
with
is...
all due respect, I think you are now arguing. My question was to say that on that day she testified that she was sent pictures of a sexual nature and she had to pick one of them. That was the evidence during a testimony.
Sorry, ma'am. Remember, you said something about assistance. You are saying as a lay person, and then you said something. What I've been trying to explain, I may have gone overboard, and as you say, I may have argued. Put aside that. All I was trying to say is she had all the assistance under the sun. Assistance was rendered. At least I'm dealing with that part of the question. Could I hear and then the rest of the questions?
My initial question was, and then you referred to the statement, this her testimony.
Please don't disrupt proceedings. The interruption has stopped. Can we continue?
Thank you, Chair. According to her evidence, when she testified, she testified that on 1192, when I asked her about these messages that were deleted, she indicated that some of them were pictures of a sexual nature from which she was expected to pick, and this made her feel deeply uncomfortable.
I disagree that that was what happened. We can also compare that with what she said under oath. in her affidavit. That is why I at some point said, from time to time, there's something that is said here which flies in the face of what was said, both in the initial so-called complaint and this one. When I say this one and what was testified to here.
She tried to refrain from the discussion. That's what she testified. And then she said, first tell me about that step one that you are talking about.
Yes.
Testifying that she was confused by your reference.
She was, when she said what?
She said that when you said, first tell me about that, she said, first tell me about that step one that you are talking about.
Yes.
She said that she was confused about your reference. We don't know what the conversation was because it is deleted.
Yes.
She testified that she was confused.
Confused about? What confused her?
The reference. She didn't understand the messages.
Which messages? The deleted ones?
She said, first tell me about that step one that you're talking about.
Yes. I see that. And then she says, stop, sorry, being what? When I said position one, then she says being, question mark, then she says stop riddles in a laughing manner. In other words, she's saying, please be explicit. And I regard this as somebody who's saying, man, let's talk business. Let's get into it. Stop riddles. Stop your byways and hedges. Then, oh, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. I hope you remember what question was being asked, and hopefully the JP will remember what answer was being given. Just for clarification to the participants and maybe members of the public in here, you would have noticed that some people barged into the proceedings with some placards, and the Secretariat wanted to find out what the situation is, whether they should be kept out of proceedings and the like. And just as a matter of public information, the Secretariat has been informed that these proceedings are open. Any member of the public can come in and listen as they wish, but they should not come in to come and perform on stage in here, because we are only the people who are authorized to perform on this stage. Members of the public coming in, they can come in and sit in, but they mustn't come and turn this into a theater to perform some activities that would interrupt us. I thought that should be clarified. We are not saying members of the public should not come in, but we have a problem if they come in and perform on the stage. Thank you. We can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. She was refraining from the discussion by asking, first tell me about that step 1 that you are talking about. That was the last question that you were answering now. And then you replied with position 1, which has a clear sexual undertone.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes. Then she then immediately thereafter says, being stop riddles.
Yes, she did reply with a stop riddles. Then you replied, assuming melting occurs evenly, that is continuing this sexual theme.
Correct. And she says that is not disputed in answer at 1753. And then at 1194, she says everything has a name.
So on that, her replies was again to you, reinforcing that question. So position 1 of action. You wanted her to say position 1 of action.
I was engaging her in a sensual discussion, and I did not see any rebuff. I was not made to understand that it was unwelcome.
Now on that response by her from I will go with any, but I like the word surprise that you just mentioned.
Page 1195.
Yes.
Thank you.
You testified about that now. She testified, because I asked about that response of hers. She testified that she responded in this manner because she knew that even if she had said no, you would have continued with this conversation.
That answer that you are referring to, all I can say about it, it is not an expression of unwantedness. On the contrary, it is something that conveys her desire to engage in this type of sensual talks, sexual talks, so to speak. I'll go with whichever position, but there's a word I like, surprise. So the notion that she was not responding when she was saying that is not correct. She was actually conveying a choice in the context of the topic that was being discussed.
On her testimony, the fact that she said that she replied to this because she wanted to exit this conversation can be seen, because after this, there's a lot of messages from you, but none from the complainant on that day.
I disagree.
How can you disagree? We have it here.
No, I disagree with the fact that from what we see here, it is one evincing a determination of not being willing to engage in the topic. She had actually, in a very deep way, she had actually been outright, explicitly sexual when she said, I'll go with whichever, but there's a word I like, surprise. That's a pertinent answer. It is as deep as it is. It is flirtatious. It emanates from the complainant.
She agreed that it sounded flirtatious, but she qualified that by giving her evidence in chief when she testified that she told you this because she knew you would not understand any other question and she wanted to get out of this conversation. And I'm putting it to you, that can be seen from the rest of the messages that day. Only messages from you after this, none from the complainant.
I disagree. That statement is not a light statement. It is very explicit. It is highly sexual from the complainant, an adult lady.
And despite her not replying to you further, you continued to saying, but you cannot have a favorite position. You were prompting her. You wanted her to explicitly message you, but she refrained from that.
Yes. I may have what you call You may, seated there, say that it's something like an overkill, in the sense that she had responded explicitly, but when I further engaged her, it was still within the context that she had responded the way she did. I keep maintaining that it is highly sexual, it is deeply sexual, it is highly explicit, it is a response, it is pertinent. For that matter, that was at 1816, 1839, 1848, and then at 2319, I indicated that I'm retiring to bed. So there is this notion about many activities were engaged in from my side, if anything hinges on that. The point I'm simply making is she was explicit, the messages were highly sexual, she had given an answer, she had earlier on prompted me to be explicit, and the response is likewise explicit. Stop riddles. If I remember somewhere, she then said, you know what, if he could only come out clear. But be that as it may, I'm saying that answer is pregnant with meaning.
You said context, a lot of times during your evidence, you said context is important.
Correct.
The complainant gave the context to this message. The last message she sent to you was at 1816. You continued messaging her for 5 hours without her responding to you.
Please contextualize it. It's not as if when you say for 5 hours, every minute of that 5 hour period, I was talking. So let's look at it. She had been very explicit. She had been very, very outright. She had made a choice. She would like to engage sexually, and this is me testifying about what I understood this to mean. And I don't want to read something less than what I am seeing here. I'll go with whichever sex position, but there's a word I like, which is surprise. That is a pertinent answer. In my view, everything else that was happening does not change that position.
You are not
That does not
answering-
make what was being discussed unwanted.
You are not answering me. You are going away from the question. We are past that reply from her. I say, after that, you continued not every minute. That's not what I'm saying.
Yes.
There's messages from you from 1838 until 2319.
Yes.
And I'm not saying it's a lot, but
Yes.
there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 messages from
Yes.
you. No reply from the complainant for 5 hours.
She might have been asleep.
Or she might not have been asleep.
Correct?
She testified that she did not want to continue this conversation.
I'm giving my version today, and I've stated my version. Within the context of what we are about, this message does not convey unwantedness. On the contrary, it conveys wantedness. I like. So whether something happened an hour or two or whatever, it doesn't serve to change what I'm saying. I read as I read it now, insofar as it is to assist in a determination of the issues at hand. It is quite explicit. It is a response. It tells me that I like surprise. It's too explicit. It's highly sexual. It is an informed statement. And I understood it the way it is. So I do understand, ma'am, your proposition as to her evidence. This is the moment for me to give my side of the story.
But even on your side of the story, going back to saying where you made the statement, you can read the room. If someone do not reply for hours, then that means they don't want this conversation. That's your own words.
No, I disagree with the proposition, the way you are putting it. And there is a risk of me being repetitive and bordering on being argumentative. But context tells us where we are now, that the complainant had been very explicit about what she was saying.
Can we move on to the next point, please?
Yes. I'm going to move to the 17th of June 2021. That's on 1196. There you started the conversation that evening at 1938 saying you are not going to work. And in context, that was where there was this taxi strike. Is that correct?
Correct.
So she replied to you to say that she is actually at work at that time of night. They have two urgents.
Correct.
Now, seeing that there's a lot of conversation then about the taxi strike.
Yes.
And also court. I don't want to go into everything, otherwise we will not finish.
Yes.
Then she said she can chat later. I'm still busy at work.
Yes.
Then she's later that night at 21:19.
Yes, she says we will chat later because I'm still busy at work.
And then she said at 21:17 just got home.
But then, when she says we will chat later, I then say yes, we will chat later. But then at 21:14, I indicate that I have retired to bed because when I say it means I'm asleep or I'm now going to bed. But then at 21:17, 3 minutes after that, she then tells me that she just got home. So after I had said I'm asleep, she then comes up. She says, well, here am I. And the conversation continues.
And then she indicated to you that they will have to start again at 5 o'clock the next morning. So she's very busy. She must be tired.
Correct.
Again, talking about the Makanda strike, I don't want to go into everything.
Yes.
But then, telling it's stressful because of the Makanda strike, then you go again and say at 1198, 21:27.
Where does she say it's stressful? I'm at page
Isn't the
1190.
strike stressful?
Whose
She
strike?
said they were rough. She said it was rough.
No. You are talking about stress. I'm checking with you based on what is said at 1197 and 1198. Where does she talk about stress? I want you to show me.
1196, 1955. Doesn't
Page?
that indicate that
Sorry,
it's
page?
1196,
1196, yes.
1955?
1955,
Yes?
she says Beku rough.
Meaning it is rough. The strike is rough.
No, she was not part of the strike. Let me just talk about Beku Raf. It could mean many things. In the sense that she is a secretary, she sits in court, the arguments may have been heated, there's so many things. In my view, nothing much turns on that. But certainly it does not convey the meaning that you are conveying to me.
No, she
Or I disagree.
testified that the video just before that one was the video of the taxi strike, and then you continue to even say that the strike is continuing tomorrow. So this is in relation to the taxi strike.
Ma'am, all I'm saying is there's nothing that says I am stressed because of what is happening. That's all I'm saying. You made mention of this word stress.
Sure. Can I assist? I do think I really don't want to temper the JP can defend himself, but I do think when things are put in as a fact, it's important to indicate where they are, rather than an interpretation of the evidence leader. I think it confuses the witness when the evidence leader puts an interpretation and puts it as evidence. I'm just appealing that we're not going to finish if something like this, which says Begu Raf, is presented that it's stress, because that's an interpretation. And I think it's important for fairness not to twist, not to interpret, but to put to him what it is. I just think, I won't interrupt again. I'm pleading with the evidence leader, because I know her role is that to check everything for truth. If it was the counsel for the complainant, I would understand. I'm appealing to her.
Yes. Advocate Skeppers, my note with regard to that is that she said it was rough, right? It was very difficult because some of the protesters were close to the court.
It can be a matter of interpretation, but that's not the point I wanted to make. I was interrupted. The conversation remained generally work-related because of the taxi strike, the motions that they had, urgent motions, and then they have to be back at 5 o'clock until 21:25 on 1198. Then you started at 21:27. You shifted the tone dramatically after she was talking about this difficult day. If I
As
can
long
put it
as,
like that.
as long as we have moved away from stress, because I did not read any stress, I hear what you are saying. There was this conversation between the complainant and I. She's talking about what was happening, and I was listening to that. I made my comments. She even engaged me further. Even tomorrow they are continuing, I suppose, with the strike. Maybe I could have spoken to the judge concerned. She could have said, well, it was really stressful. So many things can be said around it. But it is what it is, and we see it. Here it is.
To continue my question, you were talking about this difficult day of hers at work. It's 21:27 at night.
Yes.
Then you change the tone dramatically to turn it again sexual related.
At which point?
21:27 on 1198. Where were we last night? We were warming up.
But then let's start much earlier. So we will chat later. She's availing herself at 20:07. And then I say, oh yes, later indeed. Later, yes. But then come 21:14, I'm drowsy. I then retire to bed. She is the one who resuscitates the engagement. She says, just got home. And indeed, she had said, we will chat later. So what I'm trying to say here, which I've said initially and which I may keep repeating, context is very important. And context is everything. So I'm not sure exactly what proposition you are making, given what I am seeing here.
The complainant responded to that question of yours, where were we last night? We were warming up. She
Yes.
responded with an exclamation of shock. That was the translation that we got. And she testified when she gave her evidence that she was startled by your attempt to return to the inappropriate topic from the night before, a conversation she had already tried to shut down.
Thank you. There was no point where I understood her to have shut down any conversation. That is the starting point. The second point I wish to make is that what is at 21:27 does not or did not convey to me a rebuff. That's the first thing, even if it is an expression of surprise, but I believed it was flirtatious. So that is my version.
She testified that why she said you are still going back to that is she wanted to tell you that she's now irritated with this. She did not want to engage in this. And you then continued at 21:28 to say purely because we were about to land. So you
Yes.
did not want to stop with that conversation.
Yes. Yes, it did not stop because there was no point where I was stopped. There's no point where I was rebuffed. And there is nothing from a reading of what I'm seeing here that constitutes a rebuff. On the contrary, as I said earlier on, after I had gone to bed, after she had said we will chat later, then when I had a message getting in with her telling me that she just got home, that was an invitation for us to further engage in our talk. And we did. And in the course of that, that is when I said, well, where were we? We were about to round off that topic that we discussed on the previous occasion. That is my version, ma'am.
That-
I hear what you say her version is. The version I am now articulating is mine. That is my understanding based on what I'm reading here.
Now, in her attempt to tell you that she does not want to converse in this way of messaging, the next message and the translation that we got that time, and it can be confirmed, is, exhaustion is extreme. I'm about to sleep. Doesn't that show you that she does not want to talk to you?
That can't be so if regard is had to the fact that I was the first to go to bed. She then resuscitated the topic in the context that she had said, I'm still busy, let's chat later. I sleep. She's the one who tells me that she just got home. And then I exclaim, we'll start again at 5. And then she talks about what was happening, my Counter Strike. And then I say, oh, now I understand. And then in the course of that, I made the point that I did at 21:27, and I did not, prior to that, see any point where there is a rebuff or any uncomfortable stance on her part. And indeed, when I say Besinda Woni, she then engages me. I don't see any rebuff even after I had revisited the topic. That is my version.
She testified, the rebuff is that she replied in shock, and you are still going back to that with an exclamation.
There's nothing like a shock the way I saw it.
The next, when you said, purely because we were about to land.
Yes.
She then said, the exhaustion is extreme. I'm about to sleep because I will wake up whilst you will still be sleeping. She testified that this was her way of trying to end the conversation and get you to leave her alone. That's what she testified.
That is what she testified. You are now pointing the tribunal to the mere ipse dixit of the complainant, which I regard as the mere say-so. The question of whether what she said is something to go by or not requires us to scrutinize what was happening, and I invite you to that. She had expressed exhaustion. I follow. Exhaustion will happen in an instance where you work after hours. And then I say purely because we're about to land, that was an indication that it's not something that's going to be lengthy, we were about to land. Then she says, then I say, I'm also going to be waking up at 2 to write a judgment. And I've made that clear that I was not just saying I was going to write a judgment. Indeed, I did write a judgment, and I was involved deeply in writing that judgment. So, fact of the matter is, that's why I say ye draw. In other words, I'm saying our situations are alike. Ye draw at 21:30. Then she says, understood. Now, who else is going to read something that does not appear from this conversation? The way I'm putting it is a so to speak type of an address. I'm just simply saying, if we read this conversation, there's no rebuff. There's talks between the complainant and I. I'm asleep. She sees fit to wake me up after she had said we will chat later. I could easily say, for instance, to your proposition, and with due respect, where she says, we will chat later because I'm still busy at work. And then I say later, yes. And then 7 minutes thereafter, I feel drowsy and I indicate that I must sleep. Then she tells me, just got home. But I can't be pedantic and say, now there she is now at 2017, 3 minutes thereafter, when she says just got home, it doesn't mean she was not weary. I can't say that. I can't say she was not tired because she had worked through the night. But what is important is that all I said, having been woken up by her initiating the chats by saying, I had said we'll chat later. I indicated that I had gone to bed. She tells me she just got home. I exclaim. She tells me that she's going to go back at 5. And then she also says, you will be asleep I think there's something that she said about that. Usalele wena. Senzolala kuba I will wake up usalele wena. Then naturally I had to tell her that, look, I'm multitasking. I'm going to write a judgment. Yidro, our situations are the same. I wrote a landmark judgment. It's reported.
You keep on saying she woke you up. It's not the correct way. 3 minutes after you sent that message, she replied to your message. It's not that she woke you up, that she wanted to talk to you.
No, that's not necessarily the point I'm making.
That is what you are testifying.
Let me explain what I was saying. I am saying, when I say ZZZ, it means I am retiring to bed. She had said we will chat later, and I said yes, later. So at that point, there was understanding between the two of us. We were ad idem, so to speak. So basically, I woke up then because a message got in. If a message had not gotten in, I would have slept my night through and woken up to write the judgment as I had said I did. And I did write the judgment.
And what she testified is, in her reply, she wanted to steer it away from that sexual tone of messages. And then, indeed, you started talking about the fact that you have to get up early, write a judgment. So it was kind of work-related.
Then she ends up by saying, when I say, well, our situations are similar, she says, I understand.
Yes.
Yes.
Because both of you are going to wake up early. Nothing wrong with that.
No, I was not suggesting that there's anything wrong. I'm simply saying I am at pains to, besides being at pains to understand what exactly is being proposed or the proposition that is being made. The point I am making is that we were chatting and nothing here from what I see indicates any form of rebuff.
You reminded the complainant also to delete messages.
Correct?
And she said not to worry about that.
Correct?
And that made you at ease that she's now going to delete your chats.
Correct?
The complainant testified, and we're now on 1200.
1200, yes.
There's a lot of messages that was deleted. Is that correct? That we can see here.
Firstly, I disagree with the notion that there were a lot of messages that were deleted. At 21:30, in all probability, seated where I am now, it could, and I believe it was one and the same thing. It was a chat. So 21:30, it could have been one and the same thing. I am trying to contextualize your proposition that there were many messages.
On that page, 8 messages were deleted. Is that not many?
Let's call it many, yes.
Thank you. The
We
complainant,
could also call it few if we move from the premise that I would send something and delete it at the same time. Send it once or twice or thrice. Given that there's 21:30, below there's 21:33. Those were chats. They were sensual chats. And the only clue that we get therefrom is my question to clearly a statement that she had made. I could never have asked a question to myself. But what we know is she says, don't worry about that, whatever we were discussing.
the complainant testified that you also sent her sexually explicit WhatsApp stickers, referred to as H1 and H2, and that could have been some of these. She's not sure if it was these messages that were deleted, but it could have been. The messages
H1 and H2
yes.
are the subject of, I believe, a mystery. I never sent those messages, and my phone was submitted, among other things, to Captain Botha, who found nothing of the sort from my phone.
That is correct.
I'm simply making a statement. I'm just saying to you, to the extent that it is being said, I sent H1 and H2, it is not correct. Anything beyond that constitutes argument. I don't want to enter into that because there are incongruities even on the complainant's own version in relation to H1 and H2. It is not only mysterious, it is something that the experts have actually found, I believe, was never sent by me.
But we also know that you continually delete things from your phone. So the fact that nothing was found, we cannot say it was there or it wasn't there, because you continually delete things.
Firstly, not within the context of what we were talking about. What we were talking here, it was a discussion. There is not the slightest suggestion, at least from what I'm seeing here, that I deleted a picture. Nothing of the sort. What we can see here, though, is that when I ask a question, I ask this question in the context that she must have said something. And then I say BJ equal to, was engaging her in relation to that. Then there's a response that says not to worry about that. It may have been a message about deletion. The chats were sensual. But if you say H1 and H2 was sent, I would then say, at what time was H1 and H2 sent and on what date? So that I can appropriately respond to your question. Because if a proposition is going to be made based on mere surmise, I don't think it is going to be proper or appropriate. So back to your question, I am said to have sent H1 and H2. Let's go to the affidavit. Let's see what is being said about H1 and H2 under oath. Page 17 of the consolidated bundle. The complainant at paragraph 13, I quote the last sentence, quote, he then sent me an image of a man muffing a woman. I was quiet and decided not to respond as he was sending these messages and pictures. Then she says H and H1, close quote. So I'm saying this is what she says under oath, which flies in the face of what she says. We now also know that Captain Porter did not find anything from my phone. At least you know from your side, because as I understand it, the affidavit of Captain Porter was handed in by consent. I'm just mentioning that. Apart from what Dr. Mello said about how a cell phone operates, I did not send H1 and H2. It is highly defamatory of the complainant to say that about me. And I am saying there are incongruities in the sense that I could spend 30 minutes and waste this tribunal's time demonstrating the incongruities purely at the level of fact about H1 and H2. But I'm just saying these were conversations. There was no H1 and H2 that was sent. Never by me.
Then what did that message of yours at 2132 BJ means?
It is a question.
Relating to what? It must be in relation to what was deleted there.
Let's speculate. She was probably saying, and it doesn't appear here because you want us to enter the realm of speculation. She was probably saying, I like BJ. And then I was saying, BJ equal to what? I was just prompting a discussion. So to the extent that we want us to enter into the realm of speculation in the sense that we know, and I believe, advocate, at least by now, you've got an idea about H1 and H2 and the problems that beset that. In terms of it being an allegation, you see, H1 and H2 is not a man muffing a woman, for that matter. That is the starting point. H1 and H2 has been tested by at least two experts. The one says the manner in which a cell phone operates is such that H1 and H2 could never have been sent, or at least that's my interpretation. That's a matter, of course, that will be the subject of discussion. But my understanding is that there is no such, and so says Captain Botha. So this insistence on H1 and H2, I do understand on your part. You are championing a particular cause, you are doing your job, but I'm reminding you that there are that proposition is beset by serious problems. It is repeated, but then I maintain my stance, and I have said I found that defamatory, hence there are crimen injuria proceedings. I'm not threatening anyone, I'm just mentioning a fact.
I put it to you that it is more probable that because we don't see any messages being deleted from the complainant, we only see messages being deleted from you, that there were messages sent of an explicit sexual nature, and that is why you asked the PJ, and we all know that it means blowjob. Is that
No,
correct?
I'm just saying there it is a realm of speculation. But my stance is that I did not send H1 and H2. And indeed, H1 and H2 are not the things that she swore to as having been what she now says was. Now look at it this way. H1 and H2 are superimposed into a very innocent, if I may put it like that, very innocent work-related. When I say innocent, I mean something as against flirtation in this instance, work-related stuff, as against flirtatious. It is superimposed there. And then we've got the evidence of Brenda. Everything around H1 and H2, ma'am, is highly mysterious. I was not expecting persistence in relation to that, but it is your choice. And my answer to that, I never sent it. And as you put it today, the way you are doing it, I'm saying to you, no, I did not send H1 and H2. And I am saying, even your postulation that there are probabilities, no, they can't be probabilities in an instance such as this one in favor of the complainant. That's just my version.
In my last question that I put to you about improbabilities, I never mentioned H1 and H2. I said it is more probable that the messages that were deleted were of a sexually explicit nature. I never mentioned H1 and H2.
No. H1 and H2 was mentioned in the context of what is at page 1200.
Can you just listen to what I'm putting to you now? The
Not then.
probabilities.
Thank you.
It is more probable that those three messages that was deleted before BJ, which
Yes.
we all know means blowjob,
Yes,
was of a sexually explicit nature.
correct.
So I don't understand why you're now
No,
arguing
no,
with
no,
me.
no,
That
no.
is the only thing that I asked you.
No,
It's of
sir.
a sexually explicit nature, and that is why you asked a blowjob.
No, sorry, ma'am. Initially, the proposition was about H1 and H2. Within the context of what is said to have happened as alleged at page 1200, I had to refute that. That is why I went probably in a roundabout fashion trying to appeal to you the way I did. From the onset, I am saying, yes, there were messages. They were highly sensual. They were deleted. And I am also saying, based on what I said earlier on, you can't say the complainant did not delete. All that is lacking is, if you delete reference to quote unquote, this message was deleted, then you will end up having what we see. What I was not doing is to delete reference to this message was deleted. I never did that. But what I'm saying now is, this is a conversation. I agree with you. It was highly explicitly sensual, mere conversation. But I'm refuting your suggestion that H1 and H2 featured at 1200.
And if we have a proper look at 1200, there's 15 messages on this page, you can count it. 11 of it comes from you.
Yes?
Now, if we read this room that we are talking about,
Yes.
How do we understand that the complainant was an active participant in these conversations? If you are the writer, the author of 11 of those messages.
Because, firstly, she says not to worry about that. Secondly, she says length. That is my answer. She was a participant.
And then she says, I'm busy. At the end of that conversation, she said, I'm busy.
Not only that, she says, sorry man, I was busy. Bendi busy, uxolo.
Direct translation, I was busy. I'm sorry.
I don't make anything of that in the context of the quest, or put it this way, the engagement about whether charts were wanted or unwanted. I'm just saying, on that page, the complainant was a participant, I was a participant. There's nothing in the form of a rebuff.
And if we look at probabilities, that message of yours with regards to the blowjob, it's more probable that there was a message of a male private part.
A message or a picture?
Can be message. A picture is a message. It's sent through a message, isn't it?
Let's distinguish between the two.
A picture of a private part.
I never send a private part picture to the complainant in any form. The record is going to reveal that I may have said this 100 times and it is persisted in. I never send a picture of my private part to the complainant. As for explicit discussions about sexual things, it speaks for itself.
Then the conversation ends that night at 21:55, and when she testified, she said at the end of that conversation, she felt groomed and cheap, as though she had lost her dignity.
That's not correct. That is what she says, but I don't agree with it, based on what appears on these pages that we are at now.
And despite her clearly ending this conversation, you messaged her again at 10:01 the following morning.
Sorry?
With a hearing aid.
Despite what happening?
Despite her clearly ending the conversation that night.
Who ended what and how?
She said, I was busy, I'm sorry. No conversation further. At 21:55.
Okay, I'm trying to, at 21:55, she apologizes to me, saying, sorry, I was busy. Yes, I see that at 1201. It is repeated on the previous page. Now I see it's at 1201.
Yes.
So what is the question?
Despite her clearly ending this conversation, you then message her again at 10:01 in the morning with a hearing aid emoji.
Yes.
And you indicated that you understood that as I'm listening, I'm waiting for a reply. So you were prompting her to converse with you.
But the starting point is your suggestion, which I don't associate myself with, which is that she ended the conversation. What we see is that at 21:55, that was her last conversation where she says, I was busy, I am apologizing to you.
But there was no further conversations from her.
Yes, that is correct. But there were further conversations from me. But the point I was trying to make is, maybe I misunderstood you. She did not terminate discussions. Or at least I was never made to understand that discussions had been terminated. So same night, albeit that it's early morning, yes, I engaged her. And she engaged as well in the talks. Let's look at it. Qebezela, LOL, especially Riento, she laughs at that. I ask her, am I wrong? She says, do, not at all.
Qebezela Translation Council, it's for conclude.
Thank you. And then to a question,
stands
ingaba
for
ndirongo.
not at all. Ndirongo with a question mark. Am I wrong?
So what I can make of this is that the two of us continued conversing. That is the sum total of what I've been trying to convey by way of answer.
That is after you prompted her for a reply.
Correct.
Chair, I see it's almost lunch. I think we can stop here and then we can go into the 18th of June after lunch, if that's
Yes.
an appropriate.
But it is noted that the last message is 0052. Well, the first message of the 18th, 0052, was followed by, this message was coming from you, JP.
The message at 0052, indeed, Chairperson, was coming from me. It was
And then-
responded to at 0351.
Yes. She responded to that message at 3:51.
Correct, Chairperson.
Thank you. Let us adjourn until 1:45.
Chair. The complainant testified when asked about that. She said, you did look nice in the photo. And that
Yes.
is why she said that.
Yes.
That does not show ulterior motives, does it?
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, that she was flirting with you. She was showing what she saw.
And
She was
repeated,
honest.
within the twinkling of an eye, she repeated, "Cute Londo." I also did not respond, but she persisted. But I don't understand the point anyway.
Then she said, you make me shy.
Yes, kukumutsa oko. Interpreter?
Ukumutsa, as we've initially translated it, Chair, it's to be shy towards someone.
No. Thank you. But what I want to say, I have previously stated what I understand to be ukumut. It's a pretense of shyness or modesty intended to be alluring, especially from a female. That was my understanding.
According to the complainant, the way she interacted in her evidence, that is not the way she saw this.
Let's then engage a bit on that. She starts off by saying, I'm cute. You say it doesn't mean handsome. I'm not sure whether that proposition is correct. Be that as it may, I was not asking her whether from this picture you see, am I handsome or not, but she volunteered the information. Then within the twinkling of an eye at 22:27, because I did not respond to that, to use your terminology, she persists that I'm handsome. I can't understand cute to mean anything else.
After she told you that you make her shy, within seconds, as you put it,
Yes.
you sent this graphic sexual video.
I've sent what?
The sexual video. 22:25.
Yes, the video of people who are cuddling, as far as I can see it here. But the point I am making is, yes, she did. She sent me this thing that says "Uchut Londo" for the second time, in that very same context that you are articulating.
I'm not there yet. You are jumping you don't want to go into this. I'm still at this sexual video. This is not people cuddling. You even said yesterday that it's people becoming intimate.
All right. Now, the context from what you are saying needs me to respond. I was simply saying, cute, when undenza shy, it is ukumutsa, as far as I'm concerned. Even the video of the people who are, as the way I see it, are cuddling, and it's an intimate relationship. The way I see it, it is an intimate encounter. It is sexual in nature. In that context, I am still referred to as cute Londo, because I ask, wena undenza shy, in what way? Then she says, uyazibona ke, laughingly, meaning you see yourself, and then there's something that is deleted. Then boom, I'll be in East London.
Yes, she testified that
Come again.
because she said she saw the way these messages are escalating now. You are now sending her videos. She's trying to tell you that you are making her shy. She testified that she wanted to see you in person so that she can tell you that she does not appreciate these messages.
Well, contextually, she had twice said, I'm handsome. That's the first point I wish to make. There was no point in time when she said, I want to see you because I want to confront you. There's nothing from a reading of that that suggests any form of an intention to rebuff.
When you asked her in what way you are making her shy, she replied to say, do you see yourself? That is now at 1206 at
Yes.
2226.
Yes, ma'am, laughingly. And I've always expressed myself in relation to that type of emoji within the context of the discussions that we were engaging in.
You say that it is flirtatious.
Come again?
You say it's flirtatious.
It's not flirtatious, it is flirtatious. And that's how I understood it.
Then after this request to see you in East London,
Yes.
you then ask her. The conversation became very sexual when you asked her if you can be intimate.
What is the question, ma'am?
Why did you send that message after all her previous messages, her trying to indicate to you that she does not want these messages?
The problem I have with your proposition is that as we've been disagreeing, I continue to disagree with you insofar as you make a proposition based on what she said, which I believe is not correct. It is not borne out by the conversations themselves. It was a continuous, flirtatious interaction. Even the one that says, I will be in East London, we can meet physically, we can meet and talk face to face. I never regarded that as a rebuff. I never regarded that as that which she says it was meant to be. That is not what was conveyed to me.
But there was no meeting, was there?
Come again?
There was no meeting, was there?
We never met. Then it indicates clearly that what flirtation is about is playing with words and so on and so forth. We did not meet.
Then after you sent her this, and we are now at 1208.
1208.
Yes. Where you asked her, you reckon we can be intimate this week?
What is at 2231? You reckon at 1208? Yes, I see it.
She then, at a stage at 2233, at the bottom of that page, she
Yes.
replied with that Bible verse that we have discussed at length already.
Yes.
And you agree, in the Xhosa Bible, that verse starts with the word no.
Correct.
There can be no confusion here.
Not at all. Unless when somebody says, go and read Psalm 1 verse 1, if you are used to reading the English text, you then contextualize it. It says, blessed is the one who does not associate himself with evildoers. But she was very, very plain and blatant and explicit about it. In response to my saying, can we meet and be intimate? In that context, she says, let us not meet for that purpose. Let's meet so that we can talk face to face. I repeat, I did not regard that as a rebuff, even or notwithstanding the fact that there is this high, that high must be understood in its context.
As no.
As no specifically to this occasion.
Yes.
Not as no to any and everything. Otherwise, it means everything would have ended there from her side. But what is important is, even though she would have the tribunal believe that she was out to rebuff me and place me somewhere, but that was never conveyed. And we also know from a further reading that she is the caliber of person who could do it. If she can say, we are Ndinyela Dada, to whosoever that she was talking to.
Why did you not accept that no of her as final for that conversation, specifically on that topic that day?
It is because it is fact specific, as you say. It is fact specific. It is a question of saying, hey man, we've been discussing long enough now about positions and everything else. You have also reached out to me, complimenting me as a person who is handsome. And there was something about this thing about I like surprise, for instance, in the background. So this is fact specific. It is not a high that is about everything and anything. It is, do we meet to do this or do we meet to do that? It is high. And let me show you where she explains herself. 1210. No, sijongane, not ncazelana. In other words, let's meet, let's not go the intimate route. That is at 2238. So this high is fact specific. Advocate Skepas, I don't even want to talk about things such as in our culture, when somebody says "hi," it does not necessarily mean "hi" in all instances. I don't even want to go that route. It is sufficient for me to say this "hi" that we are about now in this debate is fact specific.
I don't understand why you gave this long answer, because I am asking you about this conversation. I'm not talking about others. She had to repeat the Bible verse 4 times.
Let's look at that. Let's deal with that. By the way, it doesn't change my answer. It is fact specific, but let's deal with it. 4 times. The starting point is sendibuza nje at 1208 at 2232. Indumiso 1 verse 1, just the first word, Xhosa Bible. I had no Xhosa Bible that I could access at that point when we were chatting. Sendibuza nje, I'm just asking. Just the first word, Xhosa Bible, iya ibeka kakuhle. Ithini, please remind me. And indeed, I was very sincere when I said that. Kanti bendifuna uyiguglishe. And then, as we were talking, I then found that, oh, it's this verse that says, blessed are those who do not associate themselves with evildoers. And indeed, there is my response to that. And then with evildoers, and then I'm engaging myself, who is an evildoer in the context of this? And then she says, Aibo. In other words, she's surprised that I'm engaging her in that debate. And then I call upon her to explain. When I say Cacisa, she says in Dumiso 1 verse 1, Hai. So it is still within the context that this is fact specific.
Yes, I'm talking about
So
this
whether it's
conversation.
2 times or 3 times or 4 times, the debate is developing between us. It is fact specific. It ends with her saying, explaining herself, sijongane, not ncazelana. It is fact specific. Not on this occasion.
I'm sticking to this conversation. She now, even on top of 1210, the
Yes.
second message, there she typed hi in capital letters, meaning no.
Yes.
So she needed to reinforce the fact that she's not going to be intimate with you.
On that occasion.
I'm talking about that occasion.
Correct? We are together?
But notwithstanding her saying no in capital letters, and there can be no misunderstanding on that. Is that correct?
About what?
That she says no.
That she's saying no specifically to this?
Yes.
Yes. I'm repeating myself, it is fact specific.
I'm getting to that. We are talking about fact specific. I'm only talking about that day.
Sure.
Even after she said no, you continue and you say, but what if we melt? That is not impossible. So you don't accept her no, because
No.
you want to continue with this conversation.
Let's be contextual, ma'am. She explains herself. She says, sijongane, not singazelane. In other words, I would like us to talk and meet face to face. I am saying, let us not go the intimate route. And then it is me then who is saying, what if we melt, which is not impossible?
But that's my point. After
Yes.
she clearly told you, no, we cannot be intimate, a number of times you
Yes.
continue to say, but what if we melt?
No, ma'am. The fact that this high is repeated 4 times according to your thesis doesn't change the fact that this high was fact specific. That's number 1. Number 2, she is saying, let's not do this on this occasion. There is no rebuff, and I accept that we will not do it. But then I'm being cautious, and I say, hey, we could then meet face to face. What if we melt? It is not impossible. The rest is history, for we know that later on she says at 1212, so ubila kwangoku kuse Eli, she steers it in a sexual direction. So let's look at this conversation in its context.
We are looking at it in its context. She's saying no. Then you continue to say, what if we melt? Then she does not answer you. You say, it's not impossible. And
Yes.
then she replies to you at 12:11
Yes.
at the bottom, it is impossible. How much clearer must she be?
No, I'm not sure, because I think we are both repetitive.
No, we are not.
No, I'm saying we're both repetitive because I keep on telling you that this no is fact specific. It deals with the question whether we should meet on that day and be intimate or not. She opts to say, no, we are not going to go that route. And then she insists that we should meet. And I'm saying, well, let's be careful because you will see that she says at 2241, it is impossible. I engage her further. She then says, so bila kwangoku kuse-early, that's highly sensual, emanating from my saying, what if we melt? In other words, she too appreciates the fact that if we were to meet, it is possible that we will be steered in that right direction. Then she says, so bila kwangoku kuse-early.
Are you already sweating so early?
I had no other understanding than what she was saying, which is sensual.
She replied to the sticker that you sent her of a person sweating.
Yes.
So she's replying to you. It's not her being sensual.
No, that picture is, in my view, neutral.
No, it's not. It's
All
a
right.
person sweating. She's replying to that sticker that you sent it to her. Why would you send a neutral picture
All right.
during a sexual conversation?
We can call it whatever and however, but in her response, she steers it in a sensual direction.
She's not.
She is. Definitely she is. She's saying, so ubila kwangoku kuse-early, and then it develops. Let me develop it. I ask uyabilisa. What does that mean, interpreter?
Do you cause someone to boil? Or
There
to
is-
sweat? Sorry.
Thank you.
Do you cause
There is-
someone to sweat?
The response is, the principle is that ungandibuzi ithini. Don't ask me what that means. And then 1213, 2242, page 1213. Ha, we both know everything, but I'll be amenable. The answer to that is a laughing emoji. And in fact, we were engaging it's a continuous debate. We are engaging one another. It remains flirtatious through and through.
Then you said we are now at 12:13, where you stop now. You
Yes.
took us there.
Yes,
At 22:45, Ms. Ngabi, can we get the interpretation? It was interpreted yesterday to say I was going to give you this one.
yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
Yes, it's just that there was a spelling error there. Where there's a O, there's supposed to be a P. Bendiza kupale, I was going to give you this.
And the
Where are
complainant,
we?
sorry, at 12:13, 1213, at 22:45. And the complainant replied to that to say rephrase.
Yes,
And then you sent her the peeled banana.
yes,
Yesterday you said that the peeled banana meant that you wanted to give her something nice.
correct.
And you also said that you heard for the first time that a peeled banana is a penis, is depicting a penis. You could have
Correct.
showed her anything.
Correct,
You could have even sent her a chocolate emoji.
correct.
Why didn't you send the chocolate emoji?
I chose to send this one.
In a highly sexual conversation,
Correct.
and you want us to believe that it's not sexual in nature.
Let me explain myself. Where I say I'll be amenable, it is where I say I will be amenable at 2242. So the question is based on, I think it's an hypothetical situation because there's an understanding between the two of us. I'll be amenable. Let's meet. Whether you say you can melt or not melt, I'll be amenable when we meet. But that one says, if we had gone that route, I wish to refer you to 1215 at 2248. Advocate Skeppers, that emoji, the pitch there, together with that other object, they say it's a what?
Eggplant.
Yes, eggplant. That for me signifies sexual intercourse. So I was clear in my mind, okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route. So I was very clear in my mind using those things. This one is different. It is a banana. Nice thing. And that is what it is. And also I'm simply saying, it is in the context that I am simply saying, had we taken that other route, this is what I would have given you.
What other route?
Bendiza kupha le, I'm saying I'll be amenable. In other words, I'm accepting that, well, let's meet. Let us meet. We will see what happens. We know the principle, we'll have to control ourselves. And then I'm just revisiting it in the context of a more hypothetical situation. I'm simply saying, if we had taken that route, this is what I would have done. And I'm simply saying, you know, this context is about a banana. It's a delicacy, a romantic delicacy that one can share with somebody.
A banana.
Yeah. Yes.
And you also testified yesterday that you're not an expert on emojis, and therefore you did not know that this means, this has a sexual connotation.
Within this context, it could have a sexual connotation, I agree.
Yes.
But I'm talking about my understanding of what I was conveying to her. So I'm not running away from the fact that these talks were sensual, these talks were sexual. That is indeed the position. I'm saying we had reached a point where we said, well, we will be amenable. But I'm saying, well, hypothetically, if we had gone down that route, I would have given you this.
I wanted to give you this, and you wanted to be intimate with her. So
Yes.
you wanted to have sex with her. That's what you wanted to convey with this message.
I wanted to have sex.
Yes.
No, but
Because
we
you
had
wanted to be intimate with her.
No, we had agreed we would not go that route. I'm saying at 1215, it's very clear. Okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route. This is me talking, and I'm using those signs. I'm not using now a banana together with another object. I am just talking sensually, sexually. I was going to have this banana with you. And I grew up in a scenario where I see two people, and I'm talking about myself, sharing a banana. It looks quite juicy to see those people biting and sharing and doing all that. But what is very plain, it is that the discussion is sensual.
Yes. And then she does not reply to you because she's laughing, and she testified that she didn't know how to respond to you. But after that laughing emojis of her, you prompted her to say, and you? What did you mean by that?
What would you give me?
Yes.
In other words, what would you come with if we were to interact in that fashion within that context? Yes, indeed. Also, I disagree with the proposition that those four laughing, rolling with laughter emojis signify a rebuff. They don't.
And then she sent you this sticker with honorable member, don't do that. And she testified that she meant by that he must stop what he is doing. That's what she wanted to convey to you.
Yes, but it did not. That is not what it conveyed. That is why at 2247, I wanted her to explain herself. Those memes, I think we all know, memes basically encapsulate jokes. These two that I see here, honorable member, don't do that. Those are parliamentary, that's a parliamentary language. We know what sometimes happens in parliament. And it's a meme, that's what it is. But beyond that, I called upon her to explain herself because I said, I don't understand you. Followed by something like, Ufuna nje ubuhlobo? Do you want mere friendship? Because I got to that point where I could not understand really. So I engaged her further. Then
Before you rush past this, I want to interrogate this.
Thank you.
Why would she say, honorable member, don't do that, if she didn't understand you, that you wanted to give her sex?
I wanted to give her sex.
Yes, because I wanted to give you this one, giving the banana. And then after that, you say, at 22:48, at
Yes.
1214.
Yes.
And the translation we had is, do you just want friendship?
Yes.
So that clearly shows that the previous conversation was still sexual. Because
did-
now you say, so do you only want friendship? When she said, honorable member, don't do that.
When she says, honorable member, don't do that, followed by me calling upon herself to explain herself, I meant exactly that. And I have not said these things about banana, whether you look at it from the perspective that it's a delicacy with two people sharing, it remains flirtatious. In the context that even though there was understanding that would be amenable and that the principle is about her saying, so ubila kangoko, and are you now sweating already? I ask, uyabilisa. Then she says, ungandibuzi thini loo nto. That is flirtatious through and through, even from her side.
How can you say it's flirtatious if she already wrote in capital letters, no? How can that be flirtatious from her side?
We are going to repeat this maybe for the 6th or 7th time. I said, she was saying, no, let us not go the intimate sexual route when we meet, because she's the one who came up with the notion that we should meet. I then gleaned,
I think the record will show that the no was to any proposal that let us have sex when we meet.
yes,
To that, there is a no. But that no is specifically to say we are not going to have sex when we meet. The respondent agrees that. Is that you
yes,
accept that?
that is my point of departure. I'm saying this no is fact specific.
Yes.
No, let us not be intimate on this occasion.
And your version is that no is limited to that, to the issue of having sexual intercourse when we meet.
On that occasion,
On
yes.
that occasion.
Correct. That is what I term fact specific.
Correct. And I hope we don't go back to that.
Correct.
When she clearly did not reply to you, you testified yesterday that you insisted on an answer, and that shows your persistence, because in your own words, you said, I insisted an answer.
What is the point being made, ma'am? I don't follow the question.
You insist on her giving answers when she clearly does not want to give answers.
I did not understand it the way you are postulating it.
She also suggested to meet in an office. That's clearly not a private setting. Is that correct?
Yes. There's a context even to that. We can deal with it.
This is clearly not flirtatious. If we look at her answer she gave you on all your questions regarding this meeting, because she said she wants to meet in an office, not in a private setting.
I disagree with you in the manner in which you are postulating the scenario. Let me then proceed to show you why I say that. So at page 1216, she had then said, I'm a lady of action. I don't just talk. I engaged her in relation to that. Then she says, finish. Then I say, but if ucho masibonane ngoko, masibone ngoko. Well, if you say that, let's meet then. I had also sent a question that, well, you know what, it is risky. If we meet, we may lose control of ourselves. And then there's a question, any privacy or sawuncokola officini? Let's look at the answers to all those questions. Ufike laphi? Where is your arrival point? My house. Apart from the fact that she said, Ndinezenzo kuphela, I am a person of action only. And then I asked, Uyenza qha kubonwe ngoko, do you act and people see whatever will eventuate then? Then she says, finish. So, because these messages tend to cross one another at some point, because there's 2252 when she says finish, then we say, but if ucho masibone ngoko, fike laphi, and so on. Or sawuncokolela e-ofisini, fike laphi, my house. Any privacy? No. Or sawuncokolela e-ofisini, me asking, she says it's better. And that's it. So I don't understand the postulation or the proposition. I was amenable to meeting her in the office or in my office.
I don't understand why you had to give this long answer. I was just saying that she wanted to meet you in an office, not a private setting.
To what end? Because the reason why I'm trying to explain myself, it is because you are insistent that she was rebuffing. And I'm saying that theme is incorrect.
Then again, at 12:18, after this conversation of where she will be, the office and where you will meet,
Yes.
you then take the conversation back again. What if we melt?
Yes, I did.
Why did you continue if she already said no?
No, because I'm being cautious. I'm a human being.
And she,
I'm talking to
Yeah,
somebody
again.
that I was fancying, and I'm saying, I'm being cautious.
but she's saying no. And again, at 22:55, at 12:18, that translation, Ms. Ngapi, was that we got is no, you will control yourself. Is that correct?
The translation once more, advocate, the HAAAY is not a complete isiXhosa word for no in English translation. So it still remains an exclamation. And then uzazibamba, you will hold yourself or you will control yourself.
What is the question?
She told you you will control yourself, meaning that she is still saying no. She's rebuffing
I did not
you.
I did not understand it that way. You may continue saying she was rebuffing me. I say you are incorrect. That is not consistent with this conversation, the way we see it. She says, well, when I ask, "Uyakwazi uzibamba wena, can you restrain yourself?" She says, "Ndiyakwazi." And then I say, well, let me oblige in that event at 22:57. So it was a continuous discussion, not outside the realm of flirtation, but yes, it starts being fact specific. It starts with me as a human being being cautious.
And she
So there's nowhere, according to me, where a rebuff is communicated to me.
What more should she have done to tell you that she's not interested?
Interested in what?
In you.
Are you then moving?
Isn't it clear from these messages that she's not interested in having a sexual relationship with you?
Your proposition is not correct. We have moved away from my answer, which is no is fact specific. But the proposition that you are advancing now seems to go back there. I don't understand why, Ms. Skippers.
And I thought that we had left that point.
Correct, Chairperson.
And then after you indicated to her that let me oblige, she ended the conversation with a very clear bye, a very short word bye. At 1220,
Yes,
at 22:58,
correct.
meaning she did not want to continue with the conversation.
That was not my understanding.
If someone says bye, does that not mean they don't want to talk anymore?
Is that how you do it? I don't do it that way. Bye is as sweet as it is. It is contrary to where somebody simply vanishes, or she stops you, or she blocks you. Bye is still within the context of flirtation. Bye is bye.
How can you see bye as flirtation?
No, I'm just saying within the context, it is not a rebuff. Because you want a rebuff. You are looking for a rebuff. With due respect, there is none.
And then after she said bye, trying to end the conversation, you continue messaging her.
Correct.
And that is at night at almost 11 o'clock, 22:59.
Correct.
And what did you send her that got this reply of her of shock? Jesu.
What I can start off by saying, I know what it is, it was not. I can only speculate and read what is happening here. I am sure I did. Well, I'm starting with that because I know where we are going. This is 2258. There's a suggestion about K8. I am saying I did not send K8 to her on or anything that resembles K8. That is the starting point. Secondly, she says Jeso, and then I'm saying, why put it this way? It looks delicious. And I'm saying, based on what I'm seeing here, I could have sent something similar to what I previously sent. The reason why I'm talking in this fashion, I do not want to say I remember distinctly what I sent. Within the context of this flirtation, I could have sent something like I previously sent.
But if we look
But
at,
I know what I did not send.
but if we look at the probabilities, your reply to one of her, actually to one of your own messages that was deleted, yours please. You sent the big eyes emoji.
Before we proceed, I would need from you to tell me, according to her version, what did I send to her and when and what time?
She indicated that you sent her a picture of a private part.
K8.
You sent her more than one. She cannot recall when what was sent. She did receive a picture of a private part.
I did not send a private part.
But if we look at the probabilities, you then ask her, yours please. What were
I'm going
you
to
referring to?
deal with yours, please, but I wanted to understand you fully. We have got a situation where we are conversing at 2258. We've got a situation where the suggestion is made that I sent something, she screen grabbed it. It is a private part. And then it is explained, I did not send it. That is the starting point. So I know I did not do it. I did not have to do it. I did not send a private part. I did not have to do it. At least that much I know. Beyond that, I'm going to speculate as much as I can. When I say why put it this way, it looks delicious, it is because of the fact that it could have been a picture of a couple that was engaging, cuddling, or a sensual picture, but not my private part.
Any other private part?
None. I didn't
But
have to do that.
But why did you ask yours please? What did you mean by yours please?
Yours, please, is send your picture of what you would. You see, because she says yours, please.
No,
Sorry,
you
I
say yours,
yes.
please.
I say yours, please. All I can say is I have sent something that I look at as being juicy, which is, as I believe, it is something that I have explained that I could have sent. I've got to speculate. But what I know is I did not send what you keep saying I sent. That is the starting point. So when I say yours, please, feel free to send me your picture of whatever within the context of the conversation.
But her reply, Jesu, even you said, why put it like that? That means she didn't like what you sent her.
Does not necessarily mean that.
Why did you then say, why put it like that?
Well, I've seen people say OMG, not because, and it means oh my God, not because they don't like something. It just means it's an exclamation.
Then she tried to steer this conversation away from this sexual tone by saying, let me iron.
I see that at
Or am
2305.
ironing, sorry?
Yes, I see that at 2305. It is preceded at 2305, or it crossed with something else where it revisits, and I think it's a cut and paste type of a thing, or sawuncokolele ofisini, she's the one who elicits that. Then if it must just be a friendly chat, I'll oblige, which is also what I said. I can't, you see, it says JP or sawuncokolele ofisini, which means she's responding to something that was
No, it's you responding. It's your chat.
No, ma'am.
It is your chat. It's on the left-hand side.
No.
Are you on 1221?
No.
On which page are you?
I'm at 1221.
Yes.
I am saying there, yes, you are correct, there's no ticks from her. But I am saying or sawuncokolela e-ofisini, it's me revisiting what I had initially said, and I was reminding her, if it must just be a friendly chat, I'll oblige in relation to the meeting that was proposed to be in office.
Opening the door for her to reconsider,
If it
to go
must
the
just be,
intimate route.
if it must just be friendly chat, I'll oblige.
So
This
you
is it.
wanted to revisit that to let her rethink it?
Well, she said we can meet in the office, and I'm saying, well, if it is going to be just a friendly chat, I will oblige.
And then she said, I'm ironing. So she clearly did not want to continue with this conversation.
I did not understand it the way you do.
In fact, you are correct, because now you say, let me see, please.
Yes.
Why?
No, because it is a follow-up to your picture, please.
So you still wanted a picture
Correct?
of?
Something that could resemble what I believe I sent to her.
Then you persisted. She's not continuing with the conversation. You keep on asking, I will wait.
Yes.
Sending the eyes,
Yes.
hands, please
Yes.
reciprocate. But
Yes.
she's not answering you.
Correct?
Clearly, she did not want to converse with you further.
That is not how I understood it. She ends up by saying, Libele uphuma ku WhatsApp, and then I say, what do you mean? I don't understand you. She then says something that softens my heart. Ulale kamnandi uphuphe. Sleep well and dream.
Chair, I just want to get an indication until what time we are going to continue today.
10 o'clock.
Can we then maybe have a comfort break? Now I see it's 3 o'clock now. If we can have a comfort break.
We're back 1:15 if you want the break.
Yes, please. about her assignment. Nothing other in that.
Correct.
So I'm not going to go into detail on that day. If you agree with me, we don't have to go into detail.
Well,
On
we
20
don't have to go into detail, yes.
And then on 23 June, then you started again by asking if she is coping with her studies.
Yes,
I just want to, so that we don't go into unnecessary questions. She responded to you when you asked her if she's coping with the studies. She responded to you at 1917 that she's trying,
yes,
but she's tired.
correct.
Then you started shortly after that. I just want to get that. On the next page, 1228.
Yes,
If you want to overtake, you may do so.
correct.
Followed by or score more points. What did you mean by that?
Exchange of pictures,
That you want more pictures?
correct.
Okay. Then she said it was only safe to do so. She will only do so when it's safe to do so.
I see that.
What did you understand by that?
I understood it to mean what it says. Will do so only when it is safe to do so.
Okay.
Will do only when it is safe to do so. That's what she said.
Then there was a few messages that was deleted. We don't know what they were.
Yes,
But the complainant testified that they made her angry, and she responded to, by saying, "You are disturbing me, and now my blood is warm."
yes,
Now, I understand that there was a effort to portray this as flirtatious, but the complainant indicated that she was angry. That's what she meant by her blood is warm. Is that how you understood it?
Before I answer that question, let's go to the complaint at page 19 of the consolidated documents. She says nothing whatsoever about, I just want to start there. She says nothing whatsoever about 22 June 2021. She says something about 21 June and then nothing about 22. Then she goes to 23 June. Send me a text if I wanted to share videos with him. I'm just mentioning that in the complaint, that is the fountainhead of this, of why we are here. She said nothing whatsoever about 22, but so much for that.
But she didn't have to, there's nothing related to the complaint, is that correct?
I don't follow what you're
It's
saying.
about an assignment. She doesn't have to put all her conversations in.
All right, let me deal now with that. She says it was a pretense that I called upon him to write me an assignment. In fact, I did not genuinely want him to write me an assignment. So I just felt I should mention that in the first place.
That is not on the 22nd of June.
No, I'm saying, all right.
So
right.
we don't have to deal with the 22nd of June because we already established that as it's just her telling you that she's busy studying.
Yes, I agree with you. Sorry for engaging in that debate. I now follow where we are. Thank you.
And we've dealt now with 23rd of June as well.
Come again?
We now dealt with 23rd of June as well.
What of it?
We'll only do so when it is safe to do so, and then she's told you that her blood is warm, and because she was now angry. And then there was messages after that again that was
Yes.
deleted.
Yes.
Then there's another message of yours that she replied to. That
Yes.
is also a sexual
Yes.
tone.
Yes.
And can we get the translation of the message at 1229 at 1948, Ms. Ngapi?
1229.
1948.
1948 at 1229, right? Page.
Yes. The one from the complainant.
Yes.
Hlala ubawa, I like it like that. Kwenzele ufike unomdla, which is the direct translation, says, keep on drooling. I like it like that, so that when you arrive, you will still be interested.
Now, on this, when I asked her about this, she said that she was referring to that where you asked her for a quickie before the studies, and the way she answered to you was that she was satisfying you with a conversation, not that she necessarily meant what she said.
I hear what you say, she said.
So she was not what I'm trying to say, she indicated that she did not appreciate the message that you sent her.
I disagree.
All right?
My starting point for disagreement, counsel, is that at page 19, firstly, of the complaint, there's only one line about what happened on the 23rd. 23 June, he sent me a text asking if I wanted to share videos with him. So that is what she said under oath. But now let's turn to deal with what is happening on the 23rd of June. It starts off with me asking, kuyafundeka? Siyazama. No, in other words, kuyafundeka?
Are the studies going well?
And then the answer is zama zama no ndidiniwe ke loo nto today.
The answer is, I am trying. However, I am tired today.
So that is how that conversation continues, counsel. We go to 1228. Uya ndiphazamisa and igazi lam liyatshisa ngoku mandiqale ndigqibe le.
You are disturbing me, and now my blood is getting heated up. Let me first finish this one.
Now I say, as I said before, that was flirtatious on her part, the way she spoke, she addressed herself there. But when we get to 1229, she becomes very explicit. I see now why this is not referred to in the main complaint. Well, in the complaint itself, she then says, Hlala ubawa, I like it that way. Kwenzele ufike unomdla. Could you please interpret that for me once again?
Keep on drooling. I like it like that, so that when you arrive, you will still be interested.
This statement is pregnant with meaning. It is highly flirtatious. It is sexual. It is very suggestive. It comes from the complainant. It is not part of the complaint anyway, but let's move from the premise that indeed she said what is recorded here. But I want to say something about it, which is that anyone reading that statement will then say, you know what? These two people were in love. Actually, the way it is put there, the JP may have been driving to her place, because she says, Hlala ubawa, I like it that way, so that when you get here, you must find me. You must ufike unomdla. Sorry?
So that when you arrive here, you will still be interested.
It's highly sensual, highly sexual, highly suggestive, and it is an advance. Little wonder it is not part of the complaint.
All right, if we move to the 26th of June at 1231.
Yes.
There is nothing sexual on this page, is that correct?
What I can say, though, is that at 1924, there's something that she shared. Can you see that, counsel?
Yes, but we don't know what it is.
Yes, but please give me a chance to talk.
Yes.
We don't know what she said. And what I'm not going to do is to be imaginative or fabricative. All I can say is, in response, I said, "Akuxelwa le noko," in response to what she had said or shared with me.
Akuxelwa le noko. This is not what I am referring to, though.
And then there's something at 1925 which says, actually, that is what I want. Ndifuna yona.
That is which I want.
At 1925. there was that conversation between two flirtatious adults.
But it was not flirtatious because she clarified that she wants that for control for air.
What?
So
Do you know what it
we
was?
don't know if it's flirtatious or not. This is non-specific.
Correct.
We don't know.
Correct. We can also check from the complaint. Does the complaint help us? Counsel? Does the complaint help us?
I'm dealing with the evidence that was put before the tribunal. I'm cross-examining on what you testified
No,
yesterday.
I follow that, but I'm saying the complaint embodies, the affidavit that served before the JCC embodies a complaint under oath, and we know the legislation, or because the legislature was mindful of the fact that judges should not just be dragged into tribunals. People should come to court should come and complain, meaning business when they do that. So I'm just saying the complaint is an important document to refer to as we continue debating or as we continue engaging one another today.
I'm not going to get into an argument. The complainant does not have to put things in the complaint that is not relevant. She does not have to put all your conversations in. You agree to that? Otherwise, the complaint would be very voluminous and it has not relevance, all the
I
conversations.
disagree with your proposition. We've got a complaint that served before the relevant functionaries, and the complainant is assisted. Whoever was assisting her tells her that you must continue with a complaint that is going to be clear. There's something unsatisfactory. Go and beef it up because we don't understand. We are unhappy with this. Somebody says that.
That's not the evidence.
No.
Be that as it might.
Kutwana's evidence was about unhappiness, and advocates Kakane engaged Kutwana on the thing about unhappiness, and then there was a linguistic gymnastic around that.
On 1232, page 1232.
Yes.
There was a reply again by the complainant. She said that you sent a picture of yourself, and then she replied to say you are beautiful.
Yes, I see that.
And she indicated that it was a nice picture of you. So she was just being honest.
She was very honest. She's talking about a picture. A picture tells us who this person is. If the person is handsome in the picture, he is indeed handsome.
And if
so there's no difference between a picture and the person himself or herself.
Yes. And then at 1233, can we take that at 1931 you sent her another picture if we look at the messages below that?
Where is that?
At 1233 at 1931 and 1932, the two messages there.
Where I say another one,
yes, yes.
What do you understand that
The message that was deleted, was that also a picture of yourself?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I can't remember. You see, where it says enye, and there's a question that says no more, by way of question mark, tells me when I interrogate this, that she probably sent a picture, and I was just saying one more, enye. It can't have been referring to me.
Okay,
Counsel, you must remember.
Don't know.
We don't know.
Okay.
That's why I say we must be careful, because somehow we are also tempted to reconstruct, and I don't want to reconstruct.
Okay, can we move to the 29th of June 2021? That's also on 1233.
1233.
Same page where we are now.
Oh, sorry. 1233, 29 June.
Yes.
Sorry.
You initiated the contact there again at 1619 when you said that she was so pensive that day.
So what we are doing now, if you may allow me, we move from 26 to 29 June.
Yes.
We have not dealt with 27 June. Is it because your stance is that something happened or did not happen on 27 June?
I'm dealing with the WhatsApps now. We will go back later to the other messages. I'm just dealing with volume 3 now.
Yes, I follow, but I just
But
want,
there's no messages on the 27th according to what we have here. On the downloads from Mr. Moller.
I'm listening.
So I'm just going through volume 3 now so that we don't go here back and forth.
No, I'm reminding you that she says on 27 June 2021, according to the complaint at page 19, something happened. And I'm saying that doesn't find support from this, but we can proceed. You see, what I'm doing as we proceed, every time you refer to a date, what I do, I also check what is in the complaint. And I believe that's what we should all do.
That is correct. But we
Thank you.
also need to listen to the evidence of the complainant because
I
we
agree.
all know that statements are not always correct.
We
Yeah.
all know that you are not entitled to tell a lie under oath. Because she says on 27 June, he sent me an image of his penis, but swiftly deleted it. Now we know that on 27 June, there were no conversations.
Not that we have on the downloads.
In any event,
If it was deleted, it wouldn't have been there in any event.
from my side, it would have said this message was deleted, at least from my side.
All right?
Then there would be something like that. So
We
there
don't have that.
There were no conversations on the 27th of June.
All right? 29 June 2021. You initiated the conversation again that afternoon at 16:19 by commenting on the complainant's mood that was pensive that day.
Correct.
What prompted you to converse with her on that?
29 June page.
1, 2, 3, 3.
We met on the passageway in Makanda, I believe, probably on that day, much earlier, and I expressed myself the way I did.
She testified that earlier that day you mocked her attire by saying it looked like a tablecloth or a dishcloth, and you also imitated her walk. That's what she testified under oath.
No, I didn't. I didn't do that.
You would agree if something like that happened, it would be humiliating in the workplace.
If something like that had happened where you mock somebody, the way you are articulating it, not the way I normally do it, it would be mockery in the workplace. It would be unwanted behavior. All I'm saying is, on her own version, in the complaint itself, she knows what is happening where I am JP. She says, I raised something about her attire, and she says there was nothing offensive about it. I told the JP that I was not going to be in court, and that's it. So I see no reason why I would change my approach. So I never behaved in a manner that was humiliating to her on that day or on any other day on the basis of what she wore or attire.
Then after a few exchanges of WhatsApps about this pensive mood of her.
Sorry, before we get there. Counsel, I did mention to you that every time we deal with this, I have got no other way other than to look at the complaint. On 29, we met in person at work. I wanted to show and tell him that I'm not comfortable with conversations. I did not smile at him. And then she said the mood was Nayoyika, please keep a song in your heart. Send me a heart emoji and said I must reciprocate. And then there's something about Python and all that. I'm just saying there is that under oath. Then you can engage me now. I don't think you believe that what I'm doing is wrong, because at some point I said to you, it is good as we talk about these things to look at what is said under oath as being a complaint and what is said or suggested in the charts and what is testified to in court. Here at the tribunal, you said it is a good approach. So I appeal to you to be patient.
So after a few exchanges, You then diverted the conversation again to the meeting in East London. That you and you disappeared in the thickness of East London.
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to that?
Because, as I say there, I was simply saying to her, hey, we never eventually met in East London. In effect, that's what it is about.
And she responded to say, are you still on about that?
Yes, she did.
Clearly, she did not want to converse.
She did not want to do it.
Talk about that.
I disagree.
You then said you would have loved the meeting.
Yes, I did.
And she replied very shortly, was busy. No explanation further.
Come again?
She just said, was busy.
Yes.
And then she said, I
Yes.
became scared of you that day.
I hear that. And then I asked why.
Exactly.
Am I fearful? Then she says, yay, and then she laughs at that. And then I laugh it away as well. She also laughs at that. And then I say, Kanti, I'm sweet and human at a social level, but very serious about my work, which is actually the position.
It's clear that she realized the meeting would not go the way she wanted it to go and therefore decided not to meet you.
That was not communicated to me, either explicitly or impliedly. All I know is that at 16:46, she says, oh yeah, I believe you. When a suggestion is made that I am a sort of lukewarm person, and I said, you know that, and then she says, I believe you.
Yes. If we can go to the 4th of July.
For July?
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 7. That was a Sunday.
Oh, for July, yes.
Again, you started the conversation at 4 o'clock. Is that correct? I cannot see on mine. 9 minutes past 4, I think.
Yes, 0403.
03. Okay. You replied again to a status of the complainant.
I commented on a status. That status was there to be accessed by whosoever, including me. So I commented on it.
And was that about the unrest in KZN?
It does appear so from a reading of this.
All right, so can we agree that we don't have to go into those conversations because it's about unrest?
I agree with you.
Then why did you send her this picture of this lady on 1238?
I was evoking a flirtatious chat. I was trying to say, you know, you see this lady? I believe you look like this lady. Then that's why at 1240, she says, Inoba, your imagination takes you to the pitch of Mount Everest with an emoji of a monkey closing its eyes. Interpreter?
Inoba, the direct translation will be, maybe your imagination takes you to the pitch of Mount Everest.
And when she testified, she said that she interpreted that image as being sexual, like you indicated now. That was your intention. And she replied by saying that your imagination is going to Mount Everest because she thought that it was inappropriate. You are going way over the top now.
What is the point?
She did not want your conversation. She did not want that picture.
I disagree. Sorry, before we proceed, could you help me if we go to the consolidated bundle where she talks about 4 July, purely for my edification? I did agree with you that it is important for us from time to time to check both documents. Where does she talk about this sort of conversation, which admittedly is on 4 July?
I'm the one asking the questions. You
Sorry,
don't
ma'am,
have to ask
I'm
me the
saying please
questions.
help me I am looking for this conversation that you are making moment of as you pose
That
questions.
will be for argument. You can,
No, I'm
your
not arguing.
counsel can in arguments state where there's no evidence on record and where it is in the complaint. That will be done in argument.
We previously agreed that this exercise that I'm engaging in, where you refer me to the charts, it is important for us to look at the complaint as well. I'm saying, please help me. I'm looking for 4 July. You assisted me previously. I'm just saying, please help me. Where is 4 July in the complaint?
I don't know. I'm not.
There is none. Let me put it like that.
Then please just answer the questions. Don't ask me
answering.
questions.
Counsel, I am answering questions because
Chair, I'm doing it for the last time. I do think it's important. It's not right to pick and choose what you put to a client, to a witness. The witness seeks clarity because she's making moment of a date. And to simply brush it off is not right. I just think if it's not there, I don't expect the evidence leader to pick and choose what suits anybody. It's to assist. Yeah, if you're talking about 5 July, and I think it's a legitimate question. The complaint is not insignificant in these proceedings. I don't think it's an unfair request for clarity. And if the answer is no, I can't help you, I think it must be. I think it's a reasonable request for clarity from a witness.
Yes, Advocate Skippers. Can you assist or you can assist?
Chair, that we all know that the complaint was not complete because we found all these messages later on. That is agreed between all parties. The complainant did not put everything in a complaint. That is why we are here to get more evidence, to collect all the evidence. There are more WhatsApps that was found by Mr. Moller, and that is what I'm dealing with here. We agree that it's not everything is in the complaint.
Chair,
And I would submit that that is for argument.
Chair, I need your assistance. Apart from what counsel said, I need.
Just before you go there, maybe if we all know that that particular item is not covered in the affidavit, maybe we should just say so that it's not covered.
Is Chair now addressing counsel or both of us? I'm not sure exactly.
Both of you.
Thank you. For my part, at page 10 of the consolidated document, we are told that the complaint that is referred to the tribunal is the complaint that is captured in the affidavit. That's basically why I am raising this. There's nothing about 4 July in the complaint. I'm not being pedantic or nitpicking. I'm just saying there's important information that should be brought to the attention of the tribunal. Basically, at page 10, we are told that the details of what, or the terms of reference of the tribunal, it is alleged that the facts set out in Annexure A, and Annexure A is the affidavit, and I believe it is very important because it is evidence under oath. I can't take it beyond that. Thank you, Chair.
But I think what Advocate Skipper says is that you will never find every possible detail in an affidavit.
I agree with that.
When the witness comes to testify, to give evidence, you are bound to find some things which are not in the affidavit. That is
I hear what you're saying.
Yes.
I understand what she's saying. All I was saying was this exercise of checking what was said in the complaint, the terms of reference and everything, in the context of her saying at 1240, where she says, Inoba, your imagination takes you to the pitch of Mount Everest. The suggestion is made that that is a rebuff. Yes, it is not a rebuff. I disagree.
Advocate Skippers, proceed with your questions.
Thank you, Chair. Can we move to the 7th of July, 2021?
Yes.
That is on 1242. That is where There was a video of a helicopter that you requested that she sent to you.
7 July, what? 2021.
It's on 1242.
Yes,
That was the conversation where you requested the helicopter video and she sent it to you.
correct?
And that is where you sent her a few hearts and you asked her to reciprocate.
Yes,
She did not. Is that correct?
correct?
And she indicated to you, you are like this. And the reason why we don't get along is because of this. Ms. Ngapi, at 1243, the two messages at 1902.
Is it 1902 time?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Unjalo ke, you are like that. And then singavani nje yilento, the reason why we do not get along, it's because of this.
Yes,
So here she indicated to you that you are not getting along.
she indicated that.
You are not getting along because she writes this.
Well, context is everything. That is a light talk because later on at 1244, she then says, "Cimelani ndingekafundi." Why do you delete? So it means she was still interested in engaging in these talks or chats. And then later on, after there's some deletions, she says, "I know that kills." And then eventually, that's where she says, "Dinosizi lwakho, I have pity for you." But let me end it there because I was trying to create a context of those chats on that night.
And then at 1245, you diverted the tone back to being sexual according to the complainant. That message of Python, she interpreted it as a sexual message, not a snake.
I disagree with you.
Okay.
Let me expatiate. I disagree with you because what you have done, you've gone straight for Python. You've not dealt with ndinosizi lwakho ungandibuzi, right? I have pity for you. Don't ask me why. Which is then culminating in me posing a question. I've already explained myself as to what I was conveying when I talked about Python.
Then in an effort on her evidence, she said that in an effort to point you towards your actions as being abusive, she asked you to write a piece on GBV.
That's what she said? That was her testimony?
Yes. You cannot dispute that because you don't know why she asked you that.
No, I dispute that she was not genuine about it. I say so because she specifically requested that I do that, and I did exactly that, and she thanked me for it.
She testified that she wanted you to think about GBV, that what you are actually doing to her, that's her evidence, is that you are committing gender-based violence against her.
Not correct. Not if you look at these as charts as we were being taken through by you, at least today, or even today. That is not so, because I asked, what is the title of the assignment? And she sends me something. And then eventually, on 8 July, I sent her a video that had to do with GBV. And then morning, this should suffice, much obliged. She expresses happiness with what I had done for her. So I had no reason to believe that she was pretending.
I agree with you. You could not have known because she did not make it clear, but that was her intention according to her. Now,
Well,
and after she asked you to write...
Sorry, what was her intention?
For him to think about gender-based violence. That because she said her assignment was already completed at that stage. She has already handed it in, but she wanted him to think about it. That was her evidence. That's why she
All this exchange about this was not because she was genuinely talking about GBV, but it was just an exercise on her part. tell her something about GBV?
There was an assignment. She sent him the letter, but that assignment was already done. But she wanted to ask the JP, according to her evidence, to write that assignment because she wanted him to think about gender-based violence and how she was being treated. That was her evidence. That was the reason why she asked that.
Okay.
Your question is predicated on the notion that I meted out gender-based violence on her. It is predicated on that. I disagree.
I'm just putting what the complainant testified.
Yes, I disagree with what you are postulating and the proposition that you are advancing. I was very genuine and serious about it. From my part, or for my part, I did not mete out any gender-based violence.
And immediately after that, you sent her this picture of this lady, and let's describe this picture. It is a woman
Sorry,
dressed,
at what
it's on
page?
1249.
Yes.
It is a woman it's like you said, she's a weightlifter. It looks like she's a weightlifter.
Correct.
She's only dressed in a t-shirt. She's
Yes.
sitting there in a very suggestive way.
Yes.
Even her facial expressions are very suggestive. Well, you said yesterday you wanted to portray the fact that there can be reverse GBV with this picture.
Yes, because as she was writing the assignment, I was triggering her thoughts that, you know what, when you write on this, it should not be just one-sided. You must be aware that it can happen that GBV may be reversed. I just was triggering that.
This is a sexual tone picture. This is nothing about gender-based violence. There's nothing here that can show us that it's gender-based violence. In fact, this is more of a sensual picture.
You can see it that way. You want to know why I shared that picture? I am saying, you know, in the case of persons who are weightlifters, the focus is less on their muscle tone and everything else, and less of what they are putting on. So I disagree with the proposition that you are putting across. In any event, I did not attract a negative response or anything that showed that I don't like this. And I've explained myself what it was about.
She replied by a sticker, and if you look at her complaint, it was a man hanging himself with toilet paper.
I don't understand what that means. I don't understand it to be a rebuff anyway, especially in the context of what we were talking about. Then I do exactly what she wants. I make a contribution with all the seriousness. First thing in the morning, 9:19, I then share something for her to reflect on.
That is the assignment that you wrote.
No, I did not write an assignment. I shared a video that addressed itself to gender-based violence.
This is not a video because there's no,
Well, I sent something, sorry. I sent something, this is 0919, there's nothing indicating that it is a video. I sent something that I picked up that I thought would be helpful. Thank you for steering me in the right direction, which is that it's not a video. But the context is that, in all honesty, I had no reason to disbelieve otherwise. I was very serious about it. In fact, at round about the same time, I had to address some people on GBV. I had been invited to do that. So, in all honesty, as I did with the DPP in the Eastern Cape to address prosecutors on this, I was as serious as I was with her.
all right. Then on the 9th of July, there's only a message from you. There's nothing from the complainant. Is that correct?
Yes, because I'm still pursuing a matter of interest, where she says, I have pity for you. I have already addressed myself to what I understood that to be, which is that this is somebody flaunting her vitality. So I was following up on that.
All right, and then on the 12th of July, you commented on a status of hers. She indicated that that was a compliment text message that she received from an advocate, a female advocate, and you were replying to laugh at that.
So where is that, ma'am?
On 1251, 12 July
Oh, yeah.
at 2000 hours.
I see that. Thank you.
And then there's a sticker that we don't know, and the sticker that you are saying, and then she replied by saying, no, this is my support structure. Or Ms. Ngapi, can you maybe translate that for us?
There's once again Ayin, which also falls under exclamation. And then the following line is support structure yamle ayondo da so chill. This is my support structure, not just a man so chill.
Do you see anything in this?
I don't follow the question. What is the question?
There's nothing flirtatious in this.
Highly flirtatious. It is. I addressed myself to it. If you want me to repeat, I will repeat what I said in evidence in chief. Highly flirtatious.
She indicated that it was not flirtatious. She was just telling you that it was not someone in a house.
I disagree.
Okay, and then if we go to 15 July.
Yes, I've got it at page 1252.
Yes, that is just messages on video. We don't know what that video is about.
I shared my perspective on it yesterday, which I repeat. That video was about me, Selby Mfanelo Mbenenge. That was me. To which she responded, drooling.
But you don't know what the video was about.
It is about me. It's me appearing on the video.
Yeah, but you don't know what you were doing. So the comment, we don't know what she was referring to.
I've got an inkling if you go to 1253, because she says, beauty of nature, ainyamezeleki. It is based on what she saw, which I had shared, which was me. Beauty of nature, ainyamezeleki.
Ainyamezeleki can be unbearable.
It's hard to bear
It's
the
hard
beauty
to
of
bear.
nature. I say that is highly flirtatious. It is from the complainant.
The complainant could not recall what the video was about during the evidence, so we don't know what her views on this is.
You see, my recollection is that I shared this video and I see the shape of my head up there, and I see that I'm covering, there's a mask, and she says drooling. And then later on, she says, beauty of the nature, ainyamezeleki. I'm sharing my understanding of it anyway.
All right. If we go to 18 July at
18
1255.
Yes. 1255.
This is again on a Sunday night.
Yes.
You initiated contact again at 1924
Yes.
by replying on her status.
Yes.
Then she testified that you sent a collage of pictures depicting different sexual positions. That's the message that was deleted at 1924.
Yes, she said that, which is contrary to what is contained in her complaint. But I agree, that's what she said.
That's what she said.
Yes.
And those pictures were unwanted and unwelcome.
I disagree.
Then you follow that up.
I disagree because she says, Nandi, meaning?
It is nice.
Yes,
at 1926.
yes, and she followed that up, you followed it up by saying deep things.
Yes,
And you yesterday said that that was deeply sexual.
highly sensual interaction here, which even on her own showing, Semnandi, it's nice from her. And then she also says, which means whatever I shared, that video that I shared, I can only speculate as to what it may have been, but what I know is what it was not. In any event, whatever it was, she says, "Uyiциmeleni ndingekagqibi," or sorry, "Uyicime ndingekagqibi, uyacaca uphela esithubeni."
You deleted it before I could finish or I could finish watching it. It is clear that you do not finish, you go halfway.
Thank you. And then beyond that point, it becomes highly sensual until we get, for instance, to 1257, where she talks about foreplay, kindles, and so on. But maybe let me not rush and get to these points. Let me see how far we go.
At 1256 at 1929,
Yes.
your message at 1929, Ms. Ngapi?
1929, it's an exclamation. Yes, the Holy Spirit must intervene.
No, the one before that one. The one from the...
You, Mandicime.
Sorry,
That
Mandikale
one.
Dikebe. Are you, sorry, advocate, are you referring to 1928?
She said
No,
1929.
1929, your message.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
You, which is an exclamation. Mandicime, let me delete.
The complainant testified that at that stage when you wrote this, she felt relieved as she thought that you had realized that you were wrong, and she replied that the Holy Spirit should enter or intervene. That is how she saw
Yes,
it.
she's absolutely correct. Sorry, she's absolutely incorrect. Why I say so is because at 1928, she starts off by saying, "Mandiqale ndigqibe, ndizakuphendula." Interpretation?
Let me first finish. I will respond.
Yes. Then I say, "You mandicime."
The exclamation, you, let me delete.
The context of umoya oyingcwele mawungenelele is when she says, "Please don't do that." That is my understanding. Where she says, "Oh, how I wish the Holy Spirit were to intervene." You must remember that these charts somewhere become figurative and so on and so forth as we proceed. But that's my understanding. Umoya oyingcwele mawungenelele, as I said, I was deleting, yet she wanted to view. She was desirous of viewing. What I know is she had said Semnandi, meaning
It is nice.
All right, and then at 1931, that was sexual conversations, according to you.
correct. Yes. Both at 1931, the one above and the one below. I agree with you.
And she replied by saying foreplay kindles.
Yes. It goes even deeper when we get to that point from the complainant.
All right. She indicated that and I'm not going to go through it every time, but she said that she knew that you would not take any other answer, and that's the way she answered it. She meant something else.
I don't believe that. It is not borne out by what we see here. Goes on to say, before ihlathi liche kuqala kancinci, which means
The translation of that, before a bush burns, it starts small.
And after this sexual conversations, or during the sexual conversations at 1258,
Yes.
she indicated to you that she was booked off due to stress, a serious mental health condition.
Yes, I see that. 1934?
If I can recall, she said she was already booked off 2 weeks, but I can be wrong. But she was already off for a while.
I think I seem to recall so that there was a stage where she was not well, and something like 2 weeks was mentioned.
And she testified that she interpreted some of your messages that followed as comforting at first because
Yes.
you were comforting her.
Yes.
But when she said, I will try to heal, and let me just get that one.
1938
Yes,
at
at
1259.
1259, yes. You replied with that you should come and give her a boost with a syringe.
Yes.
And yesterday, I'm not sure we followed you well on what you meant by this, because at first you said it was because of health, and then when prompted by the chair, you said it was sexual in nature.
Well, there is that injection. It is a medical, it has got a medical connotation. I must come and give you a boost. This is what I see. This is medical. It had to do with a boost. And in the context of our discussion, I would have loved to see her well anyway. This is somebody that I'm flirting with.
So it was suggestive.
Suggestive in what way?
It was not really about health. It was more of a sexual, essential, like you put it, conversation.
No, it was expression of sympathy to somebody who is not well. The context is medical in nature. I could have put tablets or whatever else, but there it is. It's staring at us.
And despite her telling you that she is booked off as a result of stress,
Let us adjourn for 10 minutes. Sorry to interrupt. We'll be back 25 to whatever.
in it?
No, the translation we got during the evidence was, I'm going to pass it.
Yes.
That was the translation that was agreed on during her evidence. But the one above that, the JP's
The one
message.
up, no, there's nothing above
No,
that.
the one that she
Council.
replied to. There's one on top of that. In the box, in the
What's-
same box. In the same box that you just translated, just above that one, there's a message.
What's the page? again?
1260.
Oh, Dizayipasa once I am myself.
Yeah, just above that in the same box.
Uza kuyithini?
Uzakuyithini i-rough ride? That's a question. What are you going to do with a rough ride? Sorry, Advocate, I missed it.
That is highly sexual in nature.
Correct. That and the response thereto.
This person that's booked off for 2 weeks already, because I see on 1941 she did say that this is the second week. You
I
now
agree.
turn this conversation sexual again.
Who turned it sexual?
Yeah, you are making it explicitly sexual.
It started with her at 1940, when all I was saying was, I must come and give you a boost. This is how she responds at 1940, page 1260.
How can you say that she turned it sexual if your message that she replied to was not sexual in nature?
No, I'm just saying, here is a person that I'm flirting with. I am expressing sympathy, and within the context of what I was sending, I was just indicating that I do need to lift up your spirits. But then her response says, when strong to stand on my feet. It seems from what she's saying, she knows better than I, but that is what I'm seeing here now. It is flirtatious. It is sensual. It develops until it gets to 1943.
Then there was discussions about the deletion of messages because there might be peeping toms. Is that correct?
Correct.
Caution is not bad. The child can maybe pick it up, and then she sent the message at 1948. Good night.
At page,
1262 on the top.
yes.
So isn't that an indication that you wanted to end the conversation for that night?
Where she says good night.
Yes.
Not necessarily so.
But you continued.
Yes.
You
Because she
proceeded
also responded at 1949 anyway.
because you sent a very sexually explicit request.
Yes, but she
Please
doesn't.
send a juicy pic before, and the translation we got was, you sleep, you lale.
Yes.
That is correct.
Yes. And indeed, as you say, it was highly sensual, and the response was commensurate therewith. Or was not a rebuff.
This is a person booked off for stress for 2 weeks already, and you ask her for a juicy pic.
Any a juicy pic could be anything, ma'am.
But you said it's highly sexual.
No, I'm just saying, insofar as we were talking about what is set out in page 1260 at 1940, leading up to 1943, and what is at 1948 at page 1261. Then there's laughing, and then there's good night. But what I don't understand is the question put. I need to understand it.
She indicated to you that she was booked off for stress. Already she was in her second week booked off, so she is not well.
She is not so well as to send a juicy picture. Is that what you're saying?
She is not well, but you are requesting her for a juicy picture.
Yes.
Why?
Why not?
Thank you. Then we see a breakdown in conversation from that point on.
Yes.
Why? Can you tell us why?
Come again?
Why was there the conversation's not very sexually explicit after that?
after the date that we were about, which is, what date were we dealing with?
The 18th of July.
18 July.
Yes.
So what is the question? 18 July 2021?
After that, there was a shift in the way you communicated with each other.
Yes.
Why?
Why not? So when I say why not, it is because I don't understand the purport of the question.
It was not flirtatious anymore.
It
So
wasn't.
So if she wanted to be flirtatious with you, wouldn't she continue?
But elsewhere, we are going to see her initiating a chat even after this, which I believe was flirtatious. We will get to that point, I believe, as you lead us.
I'm not going to go through everything because I don't feel it's necessary to go through everything.
But
Are
then,
you talking about the one where she commented on you in the gym?
yes,
Why do you say it's flirtatious? She was just commenting on you using your clan name, Jola.
it's just like saying you are handsome. This is somebody appreciative while seeing me. She wakes up and says, first thing in the morning at 1269, Jola. Sorry, not in the morning, 1905. I'm just mentioning this because I could have been at the gym in the morning earlier on. But there is somebody saying Jola. In other words, I'm saying it did not all die down. She initiated a chat at 1905 on 4 November 2021 and called me by a clan name which represents or denotes endearment.
We only have messages until 18 February 2022. Is that correct?
I think so, yes. That has always been my understanding.
Was there any other conversations after that, according to your recollection,
Other messages?
between the two of you? After
Any
18,
message that would have been beyond that date would have been a message that's work-related.
so we cannot accept that there was no conversations after that. We just don't have anything after that. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, but I would invite you to tell me what messages were exchanged.
No, I'm just asking. Was there any conversations after 18 February? Because we only have
Not of a
until,
flirtatious nature.
but there were other
There
conversations.
were work-related messages beyond that point. But then, before we tend to deal with something else, I have something to place on record. With your permission, Chairperson, will you allow me to do so?
Yes.
Thank you. Could I refer the tribunal to page 20? Sorry, page 21 of the consolidated bundle. Page 21 of the consolidated bundle, paragraph 19. On 27 May 2022, the JP sent his leg whilst in his Mthatha division. All I wish to place on record is that on 26 May 2022, I attended an NEEC meeting here in Joburg. And then in the morning on 27th May, I flew back to Mthatha. So I was not anywhere near Mthatha on 27 May. That is the first point that I wish to make. And in the consolidated bundle, I have put in the attendance register, which places me in Joburg, attending an NEEC meeting. Chairperson, I'm beginning to forget even what these things mean, but I know that it's a heads of court meeting involving magistrates and everybody else. But let me go to the at page 1, at page 2 226, pages 226 and 227. Pages 226 and 227. That is the attendance register, which places me, I'm number 5 there. Judge President, sorry.
Where is this?
Sorry, I'm number 11 at the following page. Number 11, Judge President S. Mbenenge, Eastern Cape. Then my signature is there. I attended an NEEC meeting in Joburg. That is
Where are you, JP? Page what? For
All right.
what? Page 226.
Could I refer you to page 225 to begin with,
Of which volume?
of the consolidated bundle? Sorry for moving ahead.
2. Small 225.
Yes, on top.
All right.
Has the chairperson and the honorable members found it?
I have
Thank you.
not.
So at 225,
Two.
that's an extract from my diary.
I'll get there.
And then next page is 226. It's on the left margin. Then my name appears at page 227. I signed my attendance of the meeting of the NEEC, it's National Efficiency Something Committee. So I attended that meeting on the 26th. On the 26th of May 2022. That's the first thing. The second thing, I returned back to East London on the following day on 27. What point am I making? I'm seeking to refute at page 21 of the same bundle, Chairperson and honorable members.
Page.
Page 21, paragraph 19. I'm seeking to refute the suggestion that on 27 May, whilst I was in Umtata, I sent her a letter. I was not in Umtata on the 27th. That's all I'm seeking to establish. This is information under oath. It is gainsaid by what I'm pointing to. The second point that I wish to make, Chair and honorable members of the tribunal.
Just a minute. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. The second point I wish to make, which is the last one, at least on this page, is the last paragraph within paragraph 19, the last unnumbered paragraph. I read it in your hearing, Chairperson and honorable members. From 31 May 2022, JP made a comment in person pertaining to my work, dress code and work ethics and made me uncomfortable. I ignored him and I kept on sharing everything with my former judge who has now retired. So I read that to be saying on that day, which is 31 May, this is what happened. So if we go to the CV, at page 8 of the same bundle, page 8 of the same bundle, on the 31st of May and the following day, I presided over a full court matter in Gqeberha. Why do I say that? I say so because sustaining the Wild Coast, NPC and 8 others versus Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy and 4 others, 2022 volume 4, ALSA 533 ECG. Upon perusal of that judgment, it will be seen that that matter was heard in Gqeberha, that is what used to be referred to as Port Elizabeth. That case was heard for 2 days on the 31st of May and the following day. So what is said under oath is not correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. So sorry, Council, to derail your thoughts.
No, it's
I repeat,
fine.
skippers.
Thank you, Chair. I am at the end of the WhatsApps in volume 3. At this stage, I would request an opportunity to go through my notes before I go into the alleged incident of the 14th and or 15th of November, just to see if I dealt with everything and whether or not we should deal with the other. I will deal with this message that you just spoke to about now, the leg in the chambers. I will deal with tomorrow. I just want to get my thoughts in order, and then we can, if permitted, can we continue tomorrow? I am full of confidence that I will be finished. No, I will not be very long anymore. So I will definitely finish tomorrow before lunch.
Well, on the basis of that promise, which is not a guarantee, we may adjourn until tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Thank you.